I have 9:01, so let me call to order the committee meetings of the Macon-Bibb County Commission for Tuesday, October 27th. Let me read this little disclaimer out of an abundance of caution. The Macon-Bibb County Commission committee meeting scheduled for Tuesday, October the 27th. 2020, beginning at 9:00 a.m. will be available to the Macon-Bibb County Commissioners by video conference only. The commission chambers will be closed to the public and press in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, the public and press may only access the meeting simultaneously online at www.maconbibb.us, or you can go to the Facebook page, www.facebook.com/Macon-Bibb County, and find the link there that will take you to YouTube so that you can watch this meeting on YouTube as well. I believe we have a quorum, but I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, and if you would, unmute yourself and give us a verbal response to let us know you're there, and we'll determine whether or not we've got a quorum and then can begin.
Morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner Wynn,
I am here.
Commissioner Schlesinger,
Here.
Commissioner Lucas,
Here.
Commissioner Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Bivens,
Here.
Commissioner Allen,
Here.
Commissioner Shepard, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Watkins
Here.
and Commissioner Tillman. We do have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sounds like we may be missing Commissioner Shepard and Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, but do have a quorum. We have a couple of announcements that we need to make. One especially I'm aware of concerning a repair to the bridge over the railroad on Bass Road. We've had a couple of commissioners to be concerned about that, and we've been working on that, and I understand that Dr. Moffitt and Charles Brooks, our county engineer, are on the line with us to kind of give us an update of where we are with that. Dr. Moffitt or Charles, whichever one, y'all, who's going to lead that conversation?
I will, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to all. Good morning to all my favorite commissioners.
Now.
Unfortunately, this has taken a little longer than we had hoped because, as you know, we had a car damage the bridge at Bass a couple of months ago. We reached out to the state to try to assist us in this with a bridge repair unit to try to reduce the cost of it. We are filing an insurance claim to help cover these repairs. So Ms. Pennycuff and our risk management is working on that for the repairs to the bridge and the internal things that we're doing, like the flashing lights and things like that. There were flashing lights placed there. I talked to the engineer, Mr. Brooks, who's on the phone, who's on this call. And unfortunately, it looks like vandalism has hit that area. And so we will be replacing those the lights on the left-hand side, but Charles can explain that a little bit more in detail. But just to tell you where we are, I have deemed this an emergency repair to forego the procurement process, but Charles did go ahead and get at least 2 quotes. The lowest quote has come in about $113,000 just for the repair, plus the internal things that we're doing in-house. And again, we're trying to make sure we get this reimbursed by insurance. The contract, the reason why I'm bringing this to you this morning, because the contractor says in order to fix it, we have to close Bass Road. Being that is one of our most traveled roads, Nigel is on, he's working on the detour plan now. It's going to be anywhere from 4 to 7 days. The contractor is recommending closing it during the week of Thanksgiving while school is out in that area. But I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention without getting into too much detail. Charles and Nigel are on the call if you have some pertinent questions.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, Commissioner Wynn. Charles, anything to add to that?
Only that the lights, I've got a guy going out right now to check on the lights to try to be sure that, that they are flashing. And we do have from Nigel a much better quote and a much better sign system with flashing lights that we do want to purchase to go on each side of this bridge right now.
Good. Commissioner Wynn?
Yes, sir. And that was my question, Charles, because there were no lights out there. I travel that fairly often. And there was one looked like a light, but it looked like a reflector. I'm not sure. I was there during the day and didn't know if it was a light or a reflector, but neither way, it was not enough. We needed to have poles there. We need to have posts and poles on both directions with flashing lights warning them that this is a bad place, because listen, we've had enough information given to us. Both Commissioner Jones and myself have had calls and emails that puts us in a position of liability if someone were to get hurt seriously or, God forbid, die from another accident there. It was hit by a commercial truck, so I hope they have commercial insurance that will pay for this. It should anyway, but this is something we have to take care of because it's dangerous. Somebody else could go over that bridge and go down, and they could be killed if they went over. We've got to put those lights up. Got to.
Yes.
Nigel, let me call on you. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I just want to add that I've got a quote from a radar sign system that is flashing lights that go on each side of the bridge, also showing the speed that a person is traveling. And the price is in the tune of around $8,000. And I spoke with him, and if we can get a procurement of that, we can go up and probably pick those signs up by Friday of this week and probably have them installed Monday of next week. In addition to that, I've got to call into District 3 GDOT to see if they have something that we can use in the interim if we can't purchase those lights, but I hadn't heard back from them yet. And the reason we want to purchase these lights is because they're solar power and we don't have to run power to that area. It'll be a hard press for us to get Georgia Power to try to run power to that area to get a permanent flashing lights. So that's why we want to go with the solar power system.
Yeah, well, Nigel, you can consider this an emergency procurement. I'll certainly be glad to issue that order so that you can get those lights as quickly as we possibly can, get them installed and get them up. All right.
Certainly. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. I appreciate that. Charles, thank you. And Nigel, thank
Commissioner
you.
Jones has a question.
Valerie Jones.
Please.
I'm sorry. Go. Was that Commissioner Jones?
Commissioner Jones.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've been in conversation with Tim Wilder, Public Works, and he's been very responsive. And they did put up some lighting on Saturday, and Nigel probably knows this, but and they are solar powered lights. So I got a text this morning at 7 from a citizen, and the lights were not on, so they haven't charged up yet. So, and I'm concerned about, and I've got a solar power fixture at my property, but until it charges up, and on these cloudy days, it's going to be hard for it to charge up. So I'm concerned about, there's really the lighting's not going to last very long because there may not be much sunlight out this week. So I don't know I asked him to check on that, and he said it just hadn't charged up, but I'm concerned about, is there something we can do? Maybe it's coming from GDOT, as Nigel mentioned, but we need something there to prevent somebody else from getting hurt or even worse.
These lights that I'm talking about, they're more powerful. They're a more powerful solar system,
Right.
And they go on 2-inch poles that'll be up in the air, and they can get plenty of sunlight. And it's pretty much, Kevin is showing you a picture of it now.
Okay, that would be much better. I know Tim put up some lights he got from Granger, and so I guess this sounds like a higher grade of solar power light, maybe that would last longer. But again, there's not much sunlight out there, so it needs something to charge it up.
If I may, the lights that Nigel's talking about, they actually have an external charger that are charged by house power before they're installed, and then the solar so they're fully charged before they ever go out there. Okay,
well, good. Well, they didn't last overnight though, Kevin. That's the key. They at 7 a.m. they were out. So I don't know how long.
Those lights, like you said, those lights are the Granger lights. These that Nigel has are very similar to what we already have out in the field for school flashers, as well as solar speed awareness signs. And they have these particular ones, I just looked at the specs, or have an upgraded solar panel and battery in them. So
And
for
they'll
20
be available or installed when?
if we can get them by this week, by the end of this week, we can charge them over the weekend, build them, and hopefully have them installed Monday.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mayor.
Is that Commissioner Luker? Yes, Commissioner Luker.
Yes. I am just so pleased that we're getting right on this thing, because I've heard from some people who have some real concerns about that. But I also have gotten some calls from folks who travel Jeffersonville Road, in the area. If any of you have traveled there, you see that area where the bridge has just been put in, and the work is coming along and it's wonderful. But that bridge is extremely dark at night, and I think there's a lady who, I think she's a nurse and works late hours. And so she says that she has had really, really rough times coming through that area. So if the engineers could kind of check, I know that's a state project. Is it the state working on that? Or is it the firm that's doing the I-16?
We'll get the engineers to check on it, Commissioner Luker.
Okay, because that, especially just the bridge area, because we don't want to have any accidents out there.
Certainly
that
not.
work is going on, and
Certainly
the
not.
things that I've heard would be just great to have out there as well for
Good.
safety.
We'll get the engineers to check on it.
Yeah, Mr.
Can we
Mayor,
get a
Mr. Mayor,
report back?
Yes,
Could I get a report back?
Certainly. Nigel will be glad to give you a report back once he gets out
Thank
there.
you. Nigel, I
Mayor-
look to hear from you.
Mr. Mayor, one more little comment to Nigel and both Charles Brooks and Tim. We need to go ahead and put something out there right now, whatever it is, not wait till Monday, because this bridge is dangerous and school buses cross this. God forbid something would happen with the school bus.
Thank
So
you, Commissioner Wynn.
let's put something out
Thank you
there.
for your concern. We'll take care of it. Thank
And
you very much for your
Jeffersonville Road,
concern.
too.
The schedule for us calls for an update on COVID and where we are with COVID. Spencer, are you on the call?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Excellent. Can you bring us up to speed on the where we are with COVID, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Once again, we're still continuing to get the message out about wearing a mask, socially distance, wash your hands, and staying away from mass gatherings. Earlier in the month, we had a spike in cases. We're starting to see that very slowly go down. We know that there has been some outbreaks at some long-term care facilities. And so once again, we're just asking folks, please be careful. One of the things that we're also trying to keep a close eye on and working closely with the health department is that we know that not all of the testing is being reported into our numbers. And the fact that the PCR test, or the test where the swab goes up your nose, is being electronically reported, but the rapid antigen test, which is the swab or the little test that you'll get at a CVS or a private doctor or a Minute Clinic, are not being reported. And so the health department is working closely to try to overcome those issues and make sure that we have good information so that we can make good quality decisions. But beyond that, still the thing that everybody is talking about that we need, and we need commissioners, we need your help, is to get the word out that we need to continue to socially distance, wear a mask, wash your hands. We have 3 major holidays coming up: Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. And we are very, very concerned that we're going to see spikes like we did on Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. So I will be sending some information to Janice Ross, and hopefully, and then have her send it out to you about safe trick-or-treating, safe Halloween practices. Please share this with your constituents, with your social media, so that we can continue to see these numbers go down, because that's what we need to do. We need to get through this and get these numbers down.
Mr.
Spencer,
Mayor.
thank you. Commissioner
Mayor.
Wynn? Right.
Yes, sir. Are we still running our TV commercials? Because I've had a lot of positive response to those commercials that we're doing, that the commissioners are doing. Are we still running those?
No, we're not.
Or do we run out of money?
Yes.
what happened there? We need to reconsider putting a little
Yeah,
more money towards
um,
your windows.
We, this is the update that Julie Moore gave last week, that we were not in receipt of the additional CARES Act funding. And so we no longer have the financial means to run those ad campaigns. And so that's why we're trying to do this via social media and word of mouth and get the information out. Yes.
Well, I think this is one of those things that's important enough to use some general fund money on.
I'm sure that we could certainly ask the attorney's office to have a resolution prepared to see if we can get the approval that we need for additional funding, and we'll ask Chris Floor to kind of see where we are with that and what kind of money we'd be talking about.
If I may, didn't we approve already by resolution like $700,000? Commissioner Allen sponsored that.
We did.
Have we
Yeah,
spent that already? Or are you saying that we've expended all of that amount?
Right. My understanding is that we did approve up to that amount. And then when we found out we were not getting any CARES Act funding beyond the phase 1 that we already received, and to be eligible for reimbursement, it had to be spent by something like October the 1st or September the 30th.
How much did we spend? How much was our total?
I don't have that information, and I don't know that Chris Floor is on the phone, but we'll get it for you. And
Yeah,
then, like I say, if anybody wants to sponsor a resolution, we can certainly talk
But
about
we already have sponsored a resolution.
Mayor, we spent about over $100,000, and we still have some bills coming in for the month of September, which we plan to cover out of what we have received. You did approve a $700,000 grant, but we did pay for them out of the CARES Act funding once that became available in round 1. We don't have round 2, but I am putting together a list of all the requests that we've received, and I'll add that to the list that you all can not make a decision one by one of an ad or food or school needs, but you can see the full list, and I'll have that to you in the next probably 24 hours. I'm waiting on one more piece of information.
So then we can contemplate a resolution and take it up at pre-commission if we want to do that.
Okay.
All right. We've got the emergency order from the governor that expires at, I think, the end of this month, Michael, and also his executive order. So, but we're looking for a follow-up executive order and or an extension of the state of emergency. Can you comment on that for us, Michael, just to let us know where we are with that?
Yes, Mayor. I just checked the governor's website. There's been no new executive orders issued related to COVID. The current biweekly order expires on the 31st, which is Saturday. And the state of emergency order currently expires on November 9th. And the way that he's done the last few months, if he's going to renew the state of emergency, it would be consistent for him to issue that extension probably at the end of this week, along with the next 2-week order. And so we should know probably Friday, 1, if he's going to extend the state of emergency into December, and 2, if he's going to make any changes for the first half of November.
Okay, well, we'll get further information on that as you receive it, Michael, and thank you for keeping up with that for us. Our schedule of committee meetings, we'll begin with Facilities and Engineering Committee, and then go to Committee of the Whole, then to Economic and Community Development, and finally to Operations and Finance. The only change that I'm aware of is to the Committee of the Whole, and I've been advised that we do not need an executive session in Committee of the Whole, so that should simplify that meeting, and I hope we'll move expeditiously through the schedule. With that having been said, the first meeting, Facilities and Engineering, that'll be chaired by Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones?
Yes, sir. We'll call Facilities and Engineering to order. And I think we have everyone here. Vice Chair Wynn, Commissioners Allen, Schlesinger, and Bivens are all in attendance. So the first item of business is the approval of minutes. Do we have any corrections, or do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of minutes. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 2 is adaptive use of Walker Road landfill.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, if you would let me, I'll tee it up, and then we've got a couple of people on the call, and we've also got a video that I'm hoping Rachel can pull up and share. This really was an idea that was brought to me by Dr. Ty Ivey. Dr. Ivey is on the call, and he'll speak for himself shortly. But I was intrigued by what he wanted to do, and he involved the Okmulgee Land Trust, and Kenzie Rabin from the Okmulgee Land Trust is on the phone as well. And what they want to do is to talk to us about the possibility of adaptive reuse of the Walker Road landfill once it's closed. There is no resolution, there is no action item for you today, sir. But this is just preliminary information, and I hope that some of the commissioners will be as excited about this as I have become, and as Dr. Ivey and Kenzie will talk to you about momentarily. But can we start, Mr. Chairman, with this video? It's about a 4 or 5 minute video
Yes,
about
sir.
adaptive reuse of landfills.
Yes, sir.
All right, Rachel, can you cue that up for us, please, ma'am?
Absolutely. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to make sure all the settings are right and pull it up. Make sure the audio comes through. It'll take just a second. Can you guys hear that video?
No.
No.
You can hear it? All right. There is one setting I need to do. I apologize. They don't make it easy sometimes.
Imagine.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
These mounds of New are transforming into New York City's 21st century signature park. Fresh Hills Park is one of the largest, most ambitious public works projects in the city's history, and a symbol of renewal and environmental restoration. The Fresh Hills Park Alliance is working with New York City Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Sanitation to bring the public into this place before the entire 2,200 acres of the park are open.
Fresh Hills, of course, for New Yorkers was sort of legendary. There are all kinds of urban myths about it. The tallest man-made structure on the East Coast, or the tallest mountain outside of the Adirondacks. It is bigger than any other park project in New York City. It is 3 times the size of Central Park. And like Central Park, it will take many decades to get done.
Fresh Kills is on the western shore of Staten Island. It goes along the Arthur Kill, which is the big industrial waterway that separates Staten Island from New Jersey. Prior to development, the area primarily consisted of tidal creeks and coastal marsh. For this reason, it was named Fresh Kills, or Fresh Stream, by Dutch settlers in the 17th century. The city established this place as a landfill in 1948. It was part of Robert Moses' plan for the west shore of Staten Island. The city needed land to put all the city's trash, and these wetlands, which have a clay bottom, looked like a good place to do it. The landfill remained active for 53 years and became the largest landfill in the world.
When we finally finished, we landfilled about 145 million tons here. We had over 500 employees unloading over 12,000 tons a day.
Growing up here, it was very difficult with the landfill, and we knew it was very bad for our health. When you went to the mall, you could hardly get out of your car because the smell was so bad. To see the closing of the landfill and the transformation that is now taking place is so important for Staten Island. I think it really is a game changer, and you can see the potential.
Public safety has been the focus throughout the process of landfill engineering the site. The trash is now sealed under several feet of earth and a thick cover as part of the extensive engineered system. It was the community planning process over 3 years that really drove the design. The New York City Department of City Planning and Landscape Architects at Field Operations had hundreds of conversations with New Yorkers about what Fresh Hills Park could and should be.
The challenges and constraints were very daunting, very significant. It's very big, 3.4 square miles. And we said to ourselves, why don't we design a process around which this park could be grown or evolved over time? as opposed to simply master planned and built, which in this case was impossible.
Because Fresh Kills is such a big example of what you can do with a landfill, and because the design is so oriented toward having a self-sustaining landscape, it will also be a model for many cities around the world for sustainable design and for sustainable practices in creating new landscapes.
Making this vision a reality requires public and private support over the coming years. The Fresh Kills Park Alliance's highest priority is getting the public to the site as we build this great new place. Everyone wants to know when, and the answer is now. Regular tours are putting Fresh Kills Park on the map, and visitors have integrated the neighborhood-facing park projects into their daily lives. Schmuel Park and Owl Hollow soccer fields opened in the fall of 2012, and the 3.3-mile New Springville Greenway along Richmond Avenue is under construction as we move forward with 2 major developments in North and East Park. Join us as we give New Yorkers an expansive landscape that restores ecological balance and ultimately contributes to the health of our planet. Come run, walk, bike, kayak, play, and enjoy. Make Fresh Kills Park your park.
Rachel, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm not suggesting that we do anything on the scale of Fresh Kills Park at the Walker Road landfill, but let me call on Dr. Ty Ivey at this point to tell you and your members of your committee why he is so enthusiastic and passionate about the adaptive reuse of the Walker Road landfill. Dr. Ivey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to say I didn't know about things like Fresh Kill until I started getting interested in this, and I found out that in many places across the country, this is quite common practice. And after looking at what's there, I don't think we'll have to do what Fresh Kills has had to do, because the hardest work is already done, in my opinion. I've been bird watching in that area for over 40 years, extensively. And I know what the area is environmentally as far as the wildlife and what comes through there. And when I finally heard recently that the time had finally come, that the city was finally about to initiate the closing procedures, I realized what a tragedy it would be to lose this area. And a part of that was because I had had the opportunity to talk to Frank Amerson after the flood of '94 about the repurposing for what is now the Amerson River Park. And I think my comment to him was, Frank, we don't need any more ball fields in town. We need a place where the average guy can just go walk in the woods. And he said, I know that. And I think his vision has been a great benefit. In fact, I would call everyone's attention to a Telegraph article, I think around the end of September, perhaps September the 21st, but I'm not sure of that date, pointing out what a boon the Amerson River Park had been to the people during the COVID period, and how many people were using it, and the constant use that this park gets. It is a treasure for Macon, Georgia. Then I also looked at all the things. I felt envious of all the people working on the Heritage Trail, and there are too many names to mention. I did go to Brian Adams to make sure that I wasn't doing something that they weren't already doing when I raised this issue. But I think that if we had a passive park, like we have done it at Amerson River Park, down at the end of the Heritage Trail, see, the man of means could go out and buy him 5 acres in the country and find a place for to go out and just walk in the woods and think about things. But the average guy doesn't have a place to go. And if you go down there, which most of you haven't, and by the way, I think the mayor mentioned that I had some pictures, and I do. And my email is tyivy@cox.net. And if any of you would like to see the pictures that I have taken from the top of the landfill, I will be happy to send them to you. But it's a beautiful area. It has a great view of the city of Macon. And it's something that we should not lose. And I will be happy to answer any questions here or later as per your desire.
Ty, perhaps you can introduce Kinsey Rabin and let her then speak about what we might be able to do.
Well, I met Kinsey, I think, when we had a meeting in Brian Adams' office, and she's with the Land Trust. So obviously, us mere mortals know that when we come to you people sitting on the hill here, that one of the first things you're going to say is, well, how much is this going to cost?
Exactly.
So obviously, Kinsey is involved in what it takes dollars and cents wise to save projects like this. And she will, although I will point out before Kinsey tells you some of the things, and she and I had the opportunity to go on a personal tour. The one thing I hesitate to mention is that the mayor has mentioned that there are alligators down there, so we have to watch out for folks. And by golly, we did see one. Kinsey saw it. I didn't see it. Her car was ahead of mine. But it's a place that has so much. But Kinsey, we can find, we have the land. That's the tricky part in many cases. We have the area. And so we can come through in time if we can develop a project and understand what we want to do. I think we have plenty of time to get grants and private money to help develop this, because we know it's going to take money. But Kinsey's the money person more than I am, and I will yield to her so she can give you some of the thoughts that she's run into since she's been looking at this project.
Thanks, Dr. Ivy. Thanks everyone for having us this morning. This has been an exciting project to discuss and research and look towards. As Dr. Ivy mentioned, a few weeks ago, we were able to tour the site. And for those of you that have not been out, I look forward to you seeing Dr. Ivy's photographs. It's not as you would imagine a landfill looking. As Dr. Ivy mentioned, a lot of the work has already been done in starting the process for capping and covering this potential green space. As you saw in the video, there are more than 500 parks and recreation sites on closed landfills. This is not something new. This is not something that will be a first pass. They range from ballparks and inner city basketball and tennis courts to, as Dr. Ivy mentioned, a passive park, a potential bird sanctuary, or a wildlife preserve. This opportunity of turning a landfill into a park just potentially transforms a noxious liability into an attractive asset for Macon, essentially recycling a landfill into a park opportunity. My role with the Land Trust and what I've been proposing is us being part of the closure process. As Dr. Ivy mentioned, this would take a lot of time and resources in the future for planning a passive park or a bird sanctuary or whatever the future plan would be. But our hope is that we could be part of the beginning process and make sure that we are allowing for any of those opportunities in the future. And with that, the Land Trust could be on these beginning stages and putting a conservation easement on this property to allow for any of those future uses. So those are some of the initial conversations that we've had, those are kind of, to me, what seems like a great opportunity to allow for those future uses. And the time to act would be now to make sure that the way that it's capped, the way that it's closed, allows for any of those future uses.
Good. Thank you, Kenji. Mr. Chairman, that's the presentation for today. I hope we have begun the process of questioning, thinking about how we can transform the closed Walker Road landfill into a public amenity rather than, as Kenji said, a noxious liability. So long term, but sometimes the longest journey starts with a single step. So I thought this would be a good presentation for facilities and engineering, sir.
One comment, and then I'm going to recognize Commissioner Lucas. I like the idea. I commend Dr. Ivy for looking at this, and I think it's a very fascinating idea and certainly worth further research. And I appreciate the land grant being willing, Kenzie being willing to participate. Commissioner Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not on your committee, but I do appreciate the opportunity to say this. I just think this is a wonderful thing, and I am just so happy, as you have stated, that someone's interested in repurposing all of that, because it doesn't just need to be a mound there. If you go to Florida or other places, you would not be able to really recognize some of the places that are landfills. That are landfills. So I wanted to ask one question. What other things other than animals, other than alligators, are down there? I know my son went fishing about 4 or 5 years ago. He caught a little alligator and he ate it. He actually cooked it. Well, I don't know whether he was supposed to do all that or not, but he did it, and he seemed to have enjoyed the alligator. It was a little, it wasn't a great big, it was a small. But what other animals can you find down in that area?
I guess you're addressing to Dr. Ivy.
Dr. Ivy, yeah, whomever.
Well, the bird life is immense. It's on my Christmas bird count stop every year. So you have bird life, ducks in the wintertime. Of course, I'm glad it wasn't a bigger gator, because the gator might turn favor on your son. But
yeah,
there are gators down there, and not a lot of them, but they're there. You never know where they're going to be. Of course, what deer, the hogs are running around every now and then. I guess I've never heard or seen of any bears. You've got bobcats. I don't think bears come as far north as Macon. They stay in that Warner Robins corridor with Okie Woods. But I think Commissioner Lucas, that it's not so much the wildlife that's there is wonderful, and it's as good as you're going to get, because it's right adjacent to the swamp and a lot of commercial land that doesn't get used for anything else. But in the end of the day, it's going to be the people who can drive down there and take a walk and walk up on a mound and walk around and look at the city while they take a walk. You can't even build a concrete pathway onto these mounds for a long time, because you can't disturb them. So there won't be any trees there for a while. I envision that one day, long after most of the people on this Zoom are gone, they'll have trees on it, and it will be something very much like is at Amerson. But it's the other things, the quiet enjoyment of being out of doors, that I see as the primary facility. But I can assure you that all the wildlife that's in this area is there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Wynn, thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Ivy, I, like you, have been to the top of that mountain, and it is actually a beautiful view of the city of Macon. And the mountain itself, I call it a mountain, is well done. I think that they're doing a great job. So I think this is a very viable solution and a use for this land down the road. And like you said, we probably won't be here to enjoy it when it's built up and beautiful, but I'd like to see us start thinking about this. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Kenzie, also.
Thank you.
Kenzie, you want to say something?
Sure, I do. And I also wanted just to remind everyone and bring to everyone's attention the proximity of the landfill to the new expansion boundary of the Ocmulgee Mounds National Historical Park. So not only would it be protecting the wildlife there within the Walker landfill, but also continuing the protection of the corridor in general. And so I just wanted to kind of remind everyone that while the expansion boundary of the park is ongoing, there's also an ongoing special resource study of the corridor as a whole and protecting other lands. And so this could be another key piece to that for future protection within the Ocmulgee corridor.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. Any other commissioners, any comments?
I was curious, as it pertains, I guess, to our landfill closure now, I know we're supposed to be working on the RFP for the closure and for the dirt. So I was curious about that process and its timeline. And I guess a little bit as you talk about it, what do y'all know when the Fresh Kills landfill closed and when they were able to, I guess, start having people on it?
We can get that information for you, Commissioner Watkins. I can tell you, as far as Walker Road is concerned, I anticipate approximately 2 to 3 years of closure time to physically close the landfill. It's about 120 acres, the landfill site itself, and it has to have 18 inches of clay cap put on top of the entire 120 acres, and then.
After the 2-3 years, how long is it before someone could build or use a park on it?
Yeah, well, you depending on the use, obviously, as far as a walking path, not a paved concrete trail, but a walking path, probably within 5 years. And there are other places around there that we own that will not be active once the landfill is closed.
So are we receiving bids for the RFP now?
That is going out in the immediate future to try to get bids for the contractor to close the landfill.
Okay, and so how does this mesh in with that? What do we need to?
Well, obviously the closure of the landfill takes place first, and everything would have to be approved by EPD. So what we'd have to do is work with the land trust for future uses that are compatible with EPD approved processes for the closure of the landfill.
So are you saying that the future reuse components will be included in the landfill closure RFP, or?
No. The landfill closure is a process in and of itself. It's done, but you can begin planning once you have the plan for the closed landfill. You can begin to work then for adaptive reuse of the closed landfill.
So how far are we away from the RFPs? So you just said that's about the immediate future. So next
right, but that's for the physical closure of the landfill. And,
okay.
and we should have the contractor selected. I'm going to say within the next 60 to 90 days. Dr. Moffitt, is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
So long process, but if you just begin to think about it and begin to kind of pay attention to it, I think that's what. And also, Ty, if I want to get your pictures and get Janice Ross to make them available to all the commissioners rather than everybody have to contact you. So if you and Janice would get together and get your pictures that. And any other information that you want to provide to commissioners so that it'll kind of stimulate their thinking and thought process about future uses for it. That'd be great.
Can do.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your patience, and for members of the committee. We appreciate your patience, and I hope this has been beneficial to everybody watching.
It has. Thank you, Mayor, and Ty and Kinsey. Thank you very much for bringing it to us.
Yeah.
We'll go on to item number 3, which is.
Mr. Chairman, could I?
Yes, sir. Commissioner
I just
Bivens.
have a question.
Yes, sir.
Has anybody gotten to the point where they decided whether the county is going to have to spend any money on this or not? Somebody mentioned a grant earlier.
Well, I think it's all in the thinking planning stage now, so we don't really have the details. So we know we got to close Walker landfill, and that's one project, and then we would put our heads together with Dr. Ivy and Kinsey Rabin with the land grant and others, and see if there's a feasible plan to do what they've talked about.
You know, the guy mentioned Okie Woods a little bit ago, and Warner Robins. I believe Okie Woods is around Kathleen area. I was born down there. They used to have a hard time keeping me out of the woods because I've always liked wild stuff, and I still do. But so I don't. This is the kind of project that I would love. What bothers me though, if we're going to spend money on something else, and some of the things we talked about doing 2 or 3 years ago, it's just like they just disappeared magically. Nobody even talks about them anymore. I've been arguing about the $11 million for development in poor neighborhoods. We don't talk about that anymore. And I get the impression I'm supposed to be convinced that this board agreed that it's not going to bother about it. I don't remember that, but you know, that's what my concern is. We always come up with stuff, and this is a project I like. Just like I want to keep working on that butterfly habitat that I started out at Lake Tobosoffke. But you know, I'm just concerned that there's a pattern where there are certain things that affect certain people that always get left off. Always.
Well, we'll all just have to keep bringing them up until we can get as much done as we can. I think this is a great project that would impact.
But I've been bringing it up for 2 years, and we keep adding other stuff to do and still don't do those things. You know, I mean, disparity doesn't have to be intended. It can be allowed, and we allow things to get passed by.
Yeah, dead right.
I hear you. Thank you for your comments. All right, item number 3, road improvements at Tyndall Heights, road improvements to intersection at Little Richard and Plant College, make it from the Macon Housing Authority. And I think I saw Mike Austin here. Is Mike, are you going to address that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I can.
Thank you very much. Well, I've got George Greer with me today and Bob Brown, who is the architect on our Tyndall Fields property that we've been busily developing for the last several years. And I just wanted to give you a recap and then to tell you about our progress. And of course, many of you probably drive by every day. And when you drive by it every day, you don't see it as much. But if you don't drive by for a couple of weeks and then you drive back, you can see how much progress is being made. So we're really thrilled. We finished the first phase, which is Tyndall Seniors Tower, 76 units. That is 100% full, and there's a big waiting list there. We have finished Tyndall Fields 1, which is the next phase of multifamily, and that is 64 units, and that is 100% occupied, and a waiting list there as well. And we're about 75% through with the third phase, and hope to be done with that early spring of 2021. And then the last phase, which we're calling Tyndall Fields 3, will be another 65 units. And as you can tell, we'll throw up a little rendition here in just a minute, but it's just
This is Rachel. I've got the picture here if you want me to bring it up.
Please do.
Yep,
please do.
absolutely.
Yep, so that's the site plan. And then Rachel, there's also a rendition, which is the second part of that. If you can put that up first, then we'll come back to the site plan, and George and Bob can fill us in on that.
Let me find it in my list real quick because I think it was sent to me. So I'm just going to find it and I'll put it up.
That's fine. Thank you. So while she's looking for that, we hope to be completely done with the property in spring, late spring or early summer of 2021. Of course, we've experienced some delays with rain and COVID, as you can imagine. But all in all, it's come along very, very well. We're very excited. And the people who live there are extremely excited. And we get calls every day, people wanting to get on the waiting list and when are the units going to be complete and so on and so forth. And so when this is finished, this will represent a $50 million investment into the Tyndall neighborhood. And we're really excited about that. Everybody remembers prior to this, it was Tyndall Heights. It was 410 units of densely populated units. And so we've spread that out over 4 phases, and they are all 4 of them were competitive tax credits. And that was very, very difficult to get, but through the support of the mayor and the county commission, we were able to land all 4 of those deals, and we are really, really excited about it. So that's kind of an overview of where we are. There is no ask today. Just wanted to bring the commission up to date and then talk a little bit about the roads and the commercial piece that we want to develop now that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel as far as the units are concerned. And Rachel, if you want to just put the site plan back, that's fine too. Either one.
I was going to ask you here on the board docs site, which one is it you were wanting? The plan, the aerial picture? I've got these in our board docs
The
site
aerial.
here.
Try the aerial. There you go. Great.
There you go. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. So here it comes. So this is just wonderful. This is, of course, a rendition, but you see Tyndall Seniors, the V-shaped building that's complete. And then as we move down towards Nussbaum, more than half of that is complete. And then the frontage there, that's all commercial. So directly across the street, you see some Mercer parking lots and the soccer fields on down to the left. And so our next phase beyond the units is to think about and talk about the commercial piece. And that will require us to punch through Felton Avenue into Little Richard, as well as Tyndall Road into Little Richard. And really that will make this part of the community. Tyndall is not an island in of itself. We don't want it to be an island. It is part of this community, and just hundreds and hundreds of wonderful people have grown up in Tyndall and moved on to become extremely successful. And so this is really a rebirth. Bob or George, are you guys on? Do you want to talk a little bit about the roads and what our future vision is for that?
So I'll mention that. The plan has always been to reconnect Tyndall back into the neighborhood. And therefore, our plan from day one has been to connect to Little Richard at a couple different locations. So we planned Felton Avenue to be a connection through, and we planned Tyndall Avenue to be a connection through. That would create 3 separate smaller commercial parcels encompassing about 8.5 acres, rather than one long strip development. It's never been the plan to create it like that. As we've looked at the traffic patterns and the existing intersections, of course, there's a light at the intersection of Little Richard and College, and there's a light at Little Richard and Telfair. And as we began to look at the distances between lights, it's kind of interesting. Tyndall Avenue is actually about halfway, almost exactly halfway between those 2 existing lights. Felton Avenue is a little bit closer. It seems too close to us to actually have a full intersection and light. So what we're considering is a right in, right out at the Felton Avenue intersection, which is not what's shown on this rendering, by the way. This is an older rendering and we'll need to update it. So we would do right in and right out only to Felton, and then do a full intersection as the commercial develops at Tyndall Avenue.
Right. Bob, can we pull up the commercial site plan piece now? Or Rachel? I think it'll be easier to see some of that if we look at that one. There we go. All right. You'll see Felton Avenue on the left of the two main roads that are being punched through the development. Felton Avenue would come up and be a right in, right out there onto Little Richard, and then Tyndall, which is to the right of that. That's right. Tyndall would be the one where we'd be proposing the light and the median break where you could take a left or a right. And the idea is to move first with the Felton right in, right out and accommodate commercial development up on the north end. And then as it moves down closer toward Telfair, we would consider the timing of when to talk about installing the light and the median break. One of the things that we've been real concerned about with the commercial development here is getting the right fit for the neighborhood, the residents of the redeveloped Tyndall development, as well as something that's a good fit for Mercer, because this is on Mercer's doorstep as well. And to that end, Mike and the Housing Authority have had meetings with stakeholders and heard from folks on what they want and what they don't want. One of the things that we've heard consistently is talk of a food desert, and also talk of a need for pharmacy and for lack of a better term, light medical outpatient kind of things here. We're real excited to be coming to y'all today and tell you that we've got a conceptual agreement with Dr. Wade Scott, who's got a pharmacy over on Pinona, do another pharmacy with a light grocer here up on the northwestern portion of the development closest to Tyndall Senior Towers. And we've been working with Dr. Scott as well as with Nigel Floyd from the traffic office to look at how all that. So that's really the big news of today is that a pharmacy and light grocer is the proposed use for the northwest corner. And we couldn't be happier about that proposed use, because we feel like it's a perfect complement to the entire neighborhood, and would be something that would be of great importance to the residents of the redeveloped Tyndall, as well as the larger community. And when we went to redevelop Tyndall, it was very important to us that it wasn't just the four corners of Plant Street, Little Richard, and Nussbaum that were redeveloped, but something that lifted the entire neighborhood. So we're thrilled with this. One thing I should point out, the Housing Authority is going to keep title to the land, but they're going to ground lease it for $100 a year, which is basically, giving the use there to make sure that it's viable and can serve the entire neighborhood. Mike, that was a lot for me. I should probably hush and let you and Bob weigh back in.
I think that's a great recap. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Mike or George, the idea of a light medical, you mentioned pharmacy, but a light medical facility sounded interesting to me too. Since we're so close, since this is so close to the Mercer Medical School, is there something you could work out with them as far as a light medical facility along with the pharmacy? And I love this in the grocery store. I like this. It's great for this development. Do you think that could be something could be worked into this with them?
The medical is the most conceptual of it, but yes, we agree with you that if it's possible to work it in here, it makes a lot of sense, both from a wellness standpoint. Right. And of course, we're in conversations with Mercer and pointing out that, on their doorstep here, this may be a place for some practical training of some of the programs they have here. And, but it's very, very conceptual, and I certainly can't speak for Mercer on anything there.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Nigel Floyd is still on the call with us, and I want him to chime in because we met out there on the site. Rachel, put that site plan back up for me one more time, please, ma'am. We met out there, and I think everybody, Bob Brown and Nigel, expressed concern and reservations about a full intersection at Felton, which is the first street closest to College Street. Yeah, Felton runs straight down right there, Rachel, straight ahead all the way up to Little Richard. So that's where they are kind of proposing this right turn in and right turn out. As you can see back up at the intersection of Plant and College Street, there is also an entrance to this same parking lot coming off of Plant Street. Rachel, if you'll follow Plant Street, which is all the way to the bottom of the map, and then up to your left, right, that's Plant Street, kind of comes go straight on up that way and then kind of come around the curve. There's the entrance right there to the parking lot. And Nigel is working with them to be sure that it's far enough back from the intersection and the traffic light that exists there. But then, as Bob was talking about, the full-blown intersection with a cut in the median and signalized so that you can turn left, coming out of the commercial development, you can turn left at Tyndall Avenue. That's in the future, but hopefully not in the too distant future, because it'll be kind of dependent on how much and how quickly the commercial activity develops there. Is that right, George? And then Nigel, if you would chime in and tell us if you're okay with these developments, because I don't want the commissioners to be taken aback when they go by there and see some of the changes.
Yeah, we are okay with the some of the changes that they mentioned. What we're doing on our end, we're looking at the intersection of Little Richard and Plant Street to see how it may affect or have some effect on that right in, right out. We may have to take one of those lanes and make it a right lane only. We hadn't made that decision yet, but I'm running some models just to see how that may work. And yeah, we're totally in agreement with, busing through the median on Little Richard and just providing more access rather than just going down Plant Street to get into Telfair or Tyndall Heights, so yeah, we're certainly in agreement with it.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, yes, the idea of a median break and light at Tyndall and Little Richard is a conceptual approach that we're looking at. We think it makes a lot of sense for the reasons that Bob said earlier. That light is about halfway between the light at Plant and Little Richard and College, and halfway between the light at Telfair, which is further to the east. And one of the things we're hoping to do here for everyone is tie this commercial development into the whole Second Street corridor project that this commission has supported for a long time. And slowing the traffic down through there a little bit with another light makes a lot of sense. It also would enhance the value of the remaining commercial pieces. I should point out, we don't have a proposed use yet for the commercial section between Felton and Tyndall, which is up at the very north of the development, right where it says Little Richard Penniman Boulevard. We're only talking about the first phase of the commercial being west of Felton Avenue as you're looking at this. But we also feel like as we complete the multifamily developments behind this piece and start what we think is a very viable commercial project up on the northwestern corner, that it lends itself naturally to additional commercial along Little Richard. But we would not be coming back to the commission to talk about the light and interchange until we had, in my opinion, either had a user coming in there or had completed the first development of the commercial phase and seeing how it looks. So this is just to keep y'all in the loop on all of that. I know people don't like to be surprised on anything, and y'all have been supportive of everything we've been doing here for the last 5 or 6 years. And so we just wanted to make sure we kept y'all in the loop on where this thing was heading.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add on Plant Street. Plant Street is in terrible shape in terms of the asphalt. So we definitely need to try to do some resurfacing on Plant Street where we can redo the parking and redo the striping on Plant Street. I'm not sure how we can work it in with the LMIG, but I'll be talking to Charles Brooks to see if we can kind of work that in the LMIG system, within the next year or maybe the next 2 years.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chairman. I see here under these plans, do we have sidewalks and ADA accessibility on these sidewalks? in this project? And also, you talked about going down Little Richard, right turn in, right turn out, places for our pedestrians to be able to walk across the street. Do we have lighting set up for that in this project that you looked at, that you're trying to work on?
Nigel, you want to answer that one, or Bob? Or
Yes,
who?
I can answer that. We're in the process of completing a complete streets policy, and this would be part of that complete streets policy, which includes all users, all modes of transportation, whether it's cyclists, walkers, drivers, and things like that. So yes, it would include sidewalks, lighting, and everything else.
The ADA accessibility, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sounds good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bivens.
Commissioner Bivens, yes, sir.
Yeah, I lived in Tyndall Heights too. And one of my neighbors was Otis Redding. Somebody said earlier that some pretty good people came out of Tyndall Heights, and I'm not referring to me, but I thought Otis was a pretty good guy.
Absolutely.
But I don't know, in looking at this, you know, I see a lot of, I think, commercial area, parking lots. So I hope this doesn't get to a point where residents get to be kind of secondary. But for a long time, I've been, whenever I see Mike Austin, I hadn't seen him in a while, I wanted to meet with him and talk to him about a project. And I should have done it already, but I might want to get with the clerk and see about setting up a meeting with him, or maybe a meeting with his board and, you know, talk about something that's a real concern to me.
Okay. I'm sure Mike would be glad to talk to you. It seems to me the project, you know, the things they've got commercially are a nice complement to the residents there, and they need those amenities and those conveniences. So seems like a good plan to me. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Mike and George and Bob.
Thank you very much.
And Nigel, our traffic engineer, we appreciate all your input.
Yeah, thank you for all the support.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll move on to item number 4, which is Transco Historic Coal Tower and Locomotive 506, discussion of the Transco Historic Coal Tower and Locomotive 506. Mayor, who's going to lead that off?
I'll lead it off, and then I'll call on a couple of additional people. The coal tower down on 7th Street is a structure that most people don't understand what it is. But back in the days of the steam locomotive, of course, they would load coal into the tower, and then drive the steam engine with the tender behind it, under it, and then load coal into the tender, so that that would be the fuel for the steam locomotive. This, I think, is one of the few remaining coal tower structures in the country, and it was on this Transco lot, and is of intense interest to the Macon Historical Society. Ethiel Garlington was going to be here but couldn't, and Max Crook is here to talk about the historical significance and how this particular coal tower is on their fading 5 list of structures that need to be saved. Well, then kind of transition over. We've all agreed we need to do something about steam locomotive 506 and kind of refurbish it. And Dr. Moffitt has gotten some updated information about what it's going to take to cosmetically restore steam engine 506. Then the final piece of this is that I contacted Transco, and this entire 26-acre parcel is for sale now. They have completed an environmental remediation of the property and have listed it for sale. And their plan is to demolish the coal tower. But it's going to cost a significant amount of money, as you might imagine, to demolish the coal tower. And they are willing to entertain, Transco is willing to entertain the possibility of donating a small parcel of land on which the coal tower sits and the coal tower to Macon-Bibb County, if we're willing to take it. Well, one of the first things we thought we needed to do was to see if it was about ready to fall down or whether or not it was structurally sound. So Charles Brooks engaged Gary Cornegay, and we have Gary Cornegay's report of his inspection of the coal tower. And I don't know if that's something that we can pull up for you to look at, but it was in board docs, so you can look at it yourself, the report. I would characterize it, and he says it is structurally sound, but there are some improvements that he would recommend, and some items that are not necessarily important to the structure itself that could be taken off and make it a little safer.
And appears to be structurally unsound. We recommend that the chute and support structure be removed and not replaced.
Right. There are a couple of little ancillary features that don't deal directly with the coal tower that be easier and cheaper just to take them off, so that, but there's the report, and the report to me seems to give us a path forward if we want to take it. So do you want to explore further the possibility of Transco donating this feature to us, to Macon-Bibb County, and then possibly, as we restore steam engine 506, locate it under the coal tower as though it were in the process of being loaded, and create a tourist attraction and something that would be of historical interest to a lot of folks. Or do you want to just scratch the whole idea and just get back to spray painting the locomotive in its current condition and forget all this craziness? That's kind of the question, and that's what I was hoping to explore. Can we hear, Mr. Chairman, from Max Crook? Can we hear from Charles Brooks or Nigel, whoever wants to comment on the engineer's report?
Okay, who wants to go first? Max, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. And thank you for allowing me to be with you today.
Yes, sir.
As you know, primarily since Ethiel Garlington's arrival in Macon, he initiated the identification of what we consider to be the fading five, which are significant structures and architectural beings in Macon that we feel like are potentially going to go away. And we put this one on our list 2 years ago because we do feel like it is one of the more architectural significant buildings anywhere around. And I just think we feel like well, let me just back up and say the idea behind the fading five was to draw attention to what we consider to be significant architectural structures, and we have allowed some to be destroyed that should have been saved. And we just feel like this one is so significant that there are not many of these left anywhere around. And, the idea is to draw attention in hopes that somebody or some, like the city of Macon or Bibb County would step forward and help preserve a significant part of history, which we feel like this is. And there are young people today that don't even remember what steam engines were like, or, where that they even existed. And, I remember as a child growing up in Warner Robins that we take field trips up here. And there was even an old round table in the close proximity to this structure, which most of you probably don't even know about, where they would bring steam engines in and turn them around and repair them and then send them back out. So we just feel like it would be a tremendous point of interest for people and would enhance tourism. And if we could combine that with the locomotive, it would just be a great, great facility.
Okay, thank you, Max. Any questions for Mr. Max Crook?
I just have a question in general, Mr. Chair. How far is the locomotive from the coal tower? I'm sorry, I don't know that. How far?
I don't know either. Who knows?
I'd say it's less than a mile.
So,
I think it's definitely less than a mile. It may be more like a half a mile, because the locomotive is at the entrance to Carolyn Creighton Park, and that's Walnut Street. So if
Okay.
you go down directly, got down 7th Street, the next street is you'd cross Poplar Street, because Cherry doesn't have a crossing, but you'd cross Poplar Street, and then a quarter of a mile down on the right is this coal tower. So I'd say it's half a mile at the most.
So walkable distance then between the two, as far as if we were
Oh,
making.
yes. Well,
Okay. I mean, so if they were on the historical trail or something, we could actually have people look at the locomotive and walk down the street to that if you wanted to. It's close enough to do that. I just wanted to know how close they were together.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a half-mile walk, so.
May I ask something, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner.
What would be better, to move the coal tower to the locomotive or to move the locomotive to the coal tower? It looks like it would be wonderful for both things to be together. But with the engine already being in Carolyn Creighton Park, it just looks like it would just, and of course more people come to the park. Children are there all the time. The playground areas are nearby. I'm just wondering if it would not be best to see how much it would cost to move the coal tower over and to set it up as if the tower is, to set it up with the locomotive. What has anybody thought about?
I don't see how you can move it. How can you move
I hadn't
it?
thought about it. I hadn't thought about it, but I don't know if you can move that coal tower.
I don't think you can
You
either.
could not. It would be physically impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what keeps you from being able to move it? It's just old, it'll fall apart.
So big.
Yeah, that too.
Well, I mean, the locomotive is big too. So
Yeah, but not
It's
compared
all,
to that
it's
coal
all
tower.
poured concrete.
Brick.
oh, okay. All right.
There's no way it could be moved.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just wondering because I know the combination would be wonderful.
Yeah.
And you could paint that picture and have both things there together. And I think children and others would get the message, and you could have a printed something that tells the story. But anyway, I guess that's not possible.
Right, Mr. Chairman.
That's why I want to know how close they were, because you could tie them in together and it would be a tourist site for both of us. But
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting idea, but it sounds like it's not feasible. Mayor?
As I mentioned before, Transco is actively marketing this 26 acre site. And they've had some interest in a mixed use development down there. And I think that this coaling tower, if they donated it to us, if we moved the locomotive under it, would create a focal point that would make redevelopment of that entire area more attractive to a developer. So I think that it would serve a useful purpose if we move the locomotive under the tower and improve the area around the coaling tower.
Makes more sense, and I agree with Commissioner Lucas. They would certainly be effective together if they were close to each other.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Wynn.
Yeah, I think the locomotive where it is such a point of interest when people enter Carolyn Creighton Park, both young and old, people going to the senior citizen center and the young people going to the park. I think it's such a focal point there. It's been there my whole life, and I don't want to see us move that, because if you move it, it will be out of the view as you're going into the park. But I just think that trying to tie these in and keeping both of them would be a good idea if it wouldn't cost us a bunch of money.
Well, it sounds like we can't move the tower. So
no, I know that.
I agree with you. The locomotive there is kind of a landmark. So anybody else?
Dr. Moffitt has an update, I think, on the cost of restoring a locomotive. Dr. Moffitt?
Okay, and then we'll go to Charles Brooks.
Yes,
Dr.
sir. Unfortunately, this is not my area of expertise. I have to lean heavily on my facilities guy and the recreation where it's actually located. There was a belief that this train was already tested and all the asbestos and everything was removed. That is not the case. There's still some there. So there needs to be still some remediation, and the cost to strip the paint all the way down to the bare metal. So the areas are called containment, hand scrap, water blast, or sand or dry ice blasted, and then coat with a rust inhibitor. That initial quote has come back at 116,000, or really 117,000. You have already passed what we were doing on a napkin estimate of about 50,000 to get this, and so we've got the quote. So we are $65,000 off from that initial estimate to get this train down to a metal to where we can then paint it. So I just need direction on how you like to move forward.
I guess a couple questions.
Mr. Watkins.
Like I would assume that a large chunk of the 116 is the environmental remediation that you just mentioned.
And the sand or dry ice blasting, getting it down to the metals, and then you can coat it with a rust inhibitor.
So I guess in terms of the environmental remediation, like I don't know if is it necessary? Were we planning on allowing people to physically walk and touch on the train?
Yeah.
Or to look at it from a distance of 10 feet? Like right now, it looks like it's surrounded by a gate.
Mm-hmm.
So the necessity to mitigate lead paint and asbestos if no one is going to be riding in it or sitting on it or touching it at all. Is that?
Let's see that I don't have the breakdown from that, but I can get that to see exactly how much that is the remediation.
I guess even beyond the cost, I'm asking, is there a way to program that's unnecessary to delve into? Because I know for a house we got to deal with it because people are in proximity. Like if you're gonna be sleeping in a room, you got to get rid of stuff like that. But if our goal is to, I can understand if we were running it where kids was gonna be, sitting inside of the box car and taking pictures and doing that type of stuff. But like right now, it seems like we just wanted to keep the public from even being able to put their hand on it.
I can find out.
Well, I guess that's what this board needs to decide. Is this something they're going to allow people to go in and look around, or are they just looking at it from a distance? I don't know. We really hadn't had that discussion, have we?
Yeah, true.
No, we haven't.
And I don't know if it matters. It might be something like if you're gonna stand 10 feet to it, you still need to get the asbestos away from it because it's in the air. I'm just not sure. So
find out. I mean, yes, if I understand what you're saying, you want both options. I'm sorry, Kevin is on the phone. Kevin is on the line. Kevin?
Yeah, I got Kevin and Charles Brooks. Who wants to go first?
Kevin is my facilities guy that's been helping with this project.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead.
As far as the asbestos, if you are going to allow anyone up on it, you definitely need to mediate the asbestos. As far as the lead paint, I believe the painting contractor, you have to remove the paint that's chipping now. If you're going to remove that paint, it is lead paint. You're going to have to that expense is going to be.
Because it'll go into the air, right?
Froze.
I lost.
I think you froze up, Kevin.
Get rid of the lead paint.
Okay, we lost you there for about 10 seconds. So if it's chipping, it's gonna get into the air, right?
Yes, sir. If you're going to paint it, that you're going to have to remove the lead paint because the new paint will not stick on chipping paint. So if you're going to take off the paint that's there, it is lead, and it'll have to be mitigated and done environmentally.
Okay. So does that mean we do the asbestos or we don't, or you might as well do it while you're doing it?
If you're going to allow anybody on the train or near it, you'll have to do the asbestos, and the painting contractor to remove that, they may require the asbestos removed before they work on it. I don't think that question was asked because we did think that all the asbestos was removed prior, and it wasn't discovered there was asbestos until after we had the paint estimate.
Okay, maybe you can find that out for us and let the clerk, Janice Ross, know, and she can let us know.
Yes, sir, will do.
But if on the price of 116, if I understood Dr. Moffitt correct, that still doesn't give us a finished, ready to show piece of
No,
equipment.
sir. That just gets it down to the bare metal, and then the painter can come in and start painting.
So do we know that cost? Not yet.
No, sir.
Okay.
So maybe Keith, if you'll get us that cost, and then we know the whole package we're looking at, then we can discuss it further.
Yes, sir.
Charles Brooks, County Engineer, you want to say something, please, sir?
Yes. The distance from the train to the coal tower is about 0.8 of a mile.
Okay.
And on a personal note, my daddy and his two brothers were engineers, and my uncle, which would be my daddy's brother, engineered that 509.
Yeah.
And my daddy shoveled coal in that 509.
Wow.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. I
Mr.
doubt
Chairman,
many
I'd like to see it preserved.
Yeah.
Yeah. I doubt many people walk the 0.8 of a mile, but I don't know.
Yeah, you can. That's good exercise.
I'm not saying you can't, but I'm just, as a former runner, but I'm just saying you probably not too many people would.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, my question of the committee is whether you want me to continue to pursue the donation of the coaling tower to Macon-Bibb County.
Any clue as to how much the epoxy and the things that have already been identified would cost? Because when I read Carnegie's report, I didn't read it as optimistic as you did. So any clue on what remediation will cost there?
I would defer to Charles Brooks and Gary Cornegay as far as that's concerned.
Was environmentals been done on that one? Do we assume asbestos and lead paint because of the time period?
I would think that the coal tower would have been included in the original assessment, the environmental assessment.
Mayor, personally, I would ask for us to have that information and get clarification on what the prices we're looking at, but I'd like to have more information to discuss it further. Anybody else on the committee feel the same?
Yes, I do. I'm interested in it very much, in the preservation of it, and if we get it free, that's good. But I'd like more information before we make that final decision. I don't want us to run into something we have to pay for.
I agree.
Okay, so I don't guess we really need a motion, but we're just asking you, Mayor, to give us additional information so we can make an informed decision.
Right. I'll ask Charles Brooks to get back with Gary Cornegay and see if he can provide any additional information as far as that's concerned. As the question is whether or not any additional environmental work or restoration or remediation might need to be done on the coaling tower.
Right.
I mean, we know that it does. Could we narrow down whether or not that's a $5,000 thing or a $5 million thing?
Right.
Yeah, I think we're all very interested in the locomotive, just speaking for myself, but it seems like the consensus is, and we just need more information on the coal tower.
Okay.
Well, I'd also like to make sure that we get a breakdown on everything from Dr. Moffitt. I know you said you're going to do that, the cost of each one of these steps on the locomotive, and then check with Charles Brooks to see if that environmental that was done before eliminates anything that we have to do over there.
Yes, ma'am. And one of the joys of my job is Kevin will get on that right away.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moffitt.
I am searching my emails as we speak.
We'll wait for that.
Delegate.
Yeah, we'll wait for that information. We can make a better decision and see what the cost of and that'll give us a chance to read the letter from Gary Cornegay and process it a little more too.
Yeah, because I didn't. Yeah.
I've just glanced at it.
Me too.
Mary, this is Max again. And just
yes, sir.
Any way that you want to involve or start making and trying to develop any information, any way we could be helpful, we'd be happy to do so.
Okay, we appreciate that, and we appreciate you being here today, Max, and telling us, giving us more information on it. Okay, I've got Michelle. Is that raising your hand? No.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so we'll move on to item number 5, which is request for streetlights, a resolution. I had cataract surgery last week, so I'm not reading so clearly. Resolution approving a request for the installation of 6 streetlights in Windmill Plantation subdivision pursuant to Article 10 of Chapter 29 of the Code of Ordinances to be paid from the Facilities Management Budget, Services to Government Electricity line item, sponsored by Mayor Ricker. Mayor, you want to enlighten us on that?
This is the subdivision request, and we had a constituent comment that we read into the record when we referred this, saying she'd been waiting for it, that the residents had all chipped in the money to buy the fixtures and have them installed, and they were very anxious to have the streetlights installed, and we're agreeing to pay the electrical cost, as I understand it. Michael, can you add anything to that?
As we usually do.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that this went through our normal petition process. The petition is in order, and the electrical cost is $150.54 per month, or just over $1,800 per year for these 6 lighting fixtures.
Move to approve.
Second.
One question, Michael, I'm not familiar with that street, which is, I know most streets, most subdivisions in Bibb County. Where is that one? Windmill Plantation.
I can pull up a map.
Does anybody know right offhand? I wasn't familiar with either.
Charles,
it's off of Sardis Church Road.
Sardis Church Road, okay.
And it comes off of, so just south of where Sardis Church hits Houston Road, there's a road called South Walden Road, and then Windmill Plantation comes off of South Walden Road.
Okay.
Okay. I see Commissioner Howell on the screen. He probably knows where that is, as does Commissioner Wilder. Commissioner elects to be. But anyway, I wasn't familiar with it. It looks like a nice street, and everybody likes street lights to provide for safe and secure neighborhoods, typically. Okay, do I have any further discussion, or do I have a motion to approve? Or I had one.
You've got a motion and a second.
Motion and a second, okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Any other business to come before Facilities and Engineering?
We adjourn.
If not, we are hereby adjourned.
Good. Next committee is Committee of the Whole, and like to go through the agenda right quick. We have approval of the minutes. Then we've got the Southern Star alcohol permit for the liquor mixed drinks at Amstar 16. Then we're going to have an update, I hope, on the Sandy Beach Water Park, just to kind of let you know how that went this year. And then the pay scale study, Dr. Moffitt's going to lead us in a discussion of the pay scale study in that order. So the minutes have been prepared and distributed. Any changes or corrections? And if not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
By
Second.
Schlesinger, second by Wynn. Further discussion? Here none. All in favor of approval of the minutes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Next is the Southern Star LLC permit. I may call on Michael first, just to say that what this is, and then I think we've got somebody here from Southern Star LLC, the attorney, that wants to address us and answer any questions that we've got. Michael?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is as the commissioner will recall, the Southern Star movie theater was licensed last year to sell beer and wine for consumption on premises. This is a license application to add the sale of distilled spirits for consumption on premises. Joining us on the call today, we have Mindy Thompson from the law firm of Sard and Leff in Atlanta. And I think we have the theater manager on the call as well, but I'll let Mindy speak to who she has.
Thank you, Michael. Again, everyone, I'm Mindy Thompson with Sard and Leff Attorneys in Atlanta, and we represent Southern Star regarding their alcohol license application. And I'm sure as you remember, we were before you last year for the beer and wine application. Michelle Duran, who's on the call. Michelle is a district manager for VSS Theaters, who is available to answer any questions as well. I understand after watching the commission meeting from last week that there are some questions about exactly what the theater plans to do. So first and foremost, there are no plans to add a bar, have bartenders. What the theater plans to do is to add a frozen drink machine, which would be Jack Daniels and Coke, and that's it. Nothing else would be changing. This is very similar to the daiquiri machine that they already have. The daiquiri machine currently is wine-based, which is why they don't have a distilled spirits license currently, but would need that distilled spirits in order to have the Jack Daniels machine. The same policies would still be in place for their service of alcohol, where a person would be limited to 2 drinks. They would be carded each and every time they ordered the drinks. They would be wristbanded, and the drinks would be poured into a different container from any other drink container. So we're here to answer any additional questions that you may have for us.
Questions?
Yes, would there be a licensed person to handle that alcohol sale?
Yes, so Trey Ivester, or Neil Ivester, who is the agent currently on the license, he's required by the Macon Alcohol Code to have a handler's permit. So he is continuing with the business, and he currently has that permit.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Allen.
Could you tell me how many other cities that y'all have done this in? And is it profitable for y'all to do this in those cities? And are they the same capacity like Bibb County is, 160,000 or smaller?
So Michelle, I'd look to you for what you all are doing in other theaters.
Sure. All of our theaters are in similar mid-markets like Macon, and of the 16 locations that I have the frozen Jack and Coke machine, it adds about 20 cents of incremental revenue per guest. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that's actually a lot for us, revenue stream, especially during COVID.
Okay.
Any other questions from commissioners?
How profitable has the other alcohol sales been for the Macon particular theater?
Beer and wine, since we implemented it, it's raised our per person, which is a per cap at the concession stand. Just the beer and wine has raised it 46 cents. And we do on average 500,000 people a year. So the frozen Jack and Coke machine, which is like a frozen icy with a little bit of Jack Daniels in it, potentially based off of what all the other locations do, would add another 20 cents to that.
And how much would be how much would the cost of the Jack and Coke be?
$14.95.
How much?
$14.95.
And the beer and wine?
That's what we. It's a 20-ounce drink.
And then that's the beer and wine are $8 per can. Is that correct?
Typically, some of the domestics I think are $6 plus tax.
I'm just curious. How do you control it once it leaves the counter and goes into the theater? How do you know that it's not passed off to someone who's not of legal age to drink it?
My experience is that anybody that purchases an alcoholic drink, it's usually a couple that are coming on a date. Very rarely do I have anybody that's got children with them at all make any type of alcohol purchase. So, and usually everybody that comes on dates, they both buy a drink if they do buy an alcoholic drink, so they would both be carded, so there's nobody to pass it off to. And the majority of our buyers are also going to see rated R movies, and for those you have to be over a certain age as well. So there's usually not minors in those auditoriums. We do police the auditoriums. Every 15 minutes we walk through and check them. The wristbands help, so you know anybody that's got the special cup that alcohol is served in, or the shiny aluminum beer can. if they don't have a wristband, they shouldn't be drinking it. But in all of the locations that we've been doing it at for 5+ years, we've never had an instance of either somebody being unruly in the theater because of alcohol, or selling underage, or finding out that anybody was passing it off.
Thank you. And I know this is a proposition we won't be able to fight because we couldn't on the beer and wine, but I just wanted those questions answered.
Good. Other questions or comments? If not, can I get a motion to issue the license?
One question.
By Schlesinger, let me get a second. Is there a second?
Second.
By Watkins. Thank you. Further discussion now. I think Jim Jones, did you have a further question?
Yeah, just a question for Michelle. It's just a curiosity question. Your Jack and Coke is a 20-ounce drink. I'm just curious how, and that was probably not your decision. That's a very large drink. That should last the whole.
No, that large. It's basically like a Coke Icy. So with the Coke Icy, and then it's got a 1.5 ounce shot in it. So it's actually less than 6 ounce alcohol volume by weight.
Okay, so no more alcohol.
Very little bit of alcohol.
Got a lot of Coke and very little alcohol. Okay.
Yep.
Just curious. That's a large drink.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a motion and second. Further discussion?
Okay.
Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Got two no's, Bivens and Lucas, right? Bivens and Lucas, no, but the ayes have it. So that'll be on the agenda for next week. Sandy Beach, let's see. Is there somebody here from Sandy Beach Water Park?
Okay. All right. I voted no on that. I think we got an.
You're not muted, ma'am.
Yeah. Commissioner Lucas, there you go.
We hear your conversation.
That's right. She's
all right.
Okay. Mr. Lucas.
Commissioner
Lucas,
you need to unmute yourself.
You need. Thank you. That's good. Thank you. All right. So, anybody on the call from Sandy Beach Water Park?
Yes, Matt Satterley's on.
Good, Matt. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Sorry to make you wait. We're eager to hear what sort of event, what sort of season you had this past summer.
It was well, I appreciate you guys having me out, or on the meeting. I guess I'm really not out, but no, it was obviously a shortened season. We opened June 19th. That's the date that the state or governor's executive order allowed us to open up, and it was I guess in all honesty, it was an uneventful season, which is probably a good thing in year one. I mean, there was coming into it with the facility being closed for 18 months, we kind of expected there'd be a bit of work to do, and there was to get it up and running. But we made it through the year. And I'm looking forward to year two, and hopefully we can open full time on time and start selling passes earlier, and just I'm hoping after we get to the first of the year that this off season will be a typical off season where we can generate some of the interest in the off season. Right now it's kind of hard with still issues around COVID. It's going to probably have some impact on our holiday sales, but all in all, it went the way we expected based on the circumstances and the environment that we were working in this year.
I think that's excellent. There was a target goal, if I recall correctly, where you shared revenue, but I'd be willing to bet you did not reach your target goal this year. Can you comment on your expenses and revenue for us?
Sure. Well, at least on the revenue side, I can. The expenses are a little tricky, and I can certainly get you all some numbers from an accounting standpoint. But on the revenue side, we did $139,559.95. We had 12,941 daily passes sold. Those are just passes, day passes, where either adults or children come buy a ticket to come in for the day. We only sold about 135 season passes, which was on par with the few facilities we did open. I think a lot of people were nervous about buying a pass, thinking that, possibly 2 weeks later, you might have to close back down for various reasons. And so, it was all in all, it was, I would think that had we opened on time under the same circumstances, our revenue probably, especially here, because you all go back to school starts back so early in Georgia, especially where you guys are at. If we could have had those first 3 weeks, we would have been approaching, even with COVID, the way that it impacted the year. If we could have opened on time, we'd have been pretty close to 200,000 in revenue. I expect this. I think we'll be pretty close to hitting those revenue marks where we start sharing next year. I honestly do, unless there are lingering impacts from COVID. Based on what we saw this year, it is, you all know this better than I do, but it's still quite amazing the amount of people that do not realize there's a water park there. And so, our big challenge for us is, and we will do some of more investing we do this time of year. We'll start digging into the raw numbers, but, we certainly, based on the location, we get a pretty even split of residents from Monroe County and Bibb County, and we certainly want to try to generate more usage out of folks in Macon County. So, but again, we're excited. Year two, we know what the facility is, what it's not. We've got everything operational now. We were able to get fix all the things that needed to be fixed and replace the equipment that was bad. And so, going into year two, as COVID doesn't have a massive impact on us, I'm excited about the outlook for next year.
And all of your maintenance for the wintertime has been done to winterize the water park, I assume, or is being done.
It will be done. It hasn't been done yet, but right now we don't want to winterize it. We still keep things operational, but yeah, we certainly will as we get closer to when it gets cold. Absolutely.
Right. Questions from any commissioners of Mr. Satterley?
Yeah, I didn't understand. You mentioned that you grossed 139. Did you say what the net was?
No, that's gross. I'd have to go back through and see I would imagine we probably spent about that much on operations. I think we came close to breaking even. But I got to go back through and figure out all the repairs and the different things that we added. But it was, again, we were able to reduce some of our costs because the usage was just pretty low for the year. So it's one of those situations. If we're
He's broken up on my end.
Yeah, he broke up on mine too.
But it sounded like we were breaking even at best.
Yeah, correct. Well, we may have lost Mr. Sadler completely. Well, he said he would get the expense figures to us, so we'll get those. But it sounds like hopefully had a break-even season approximately.
And remind me one time, there is a fiscal relationship. We get what, like 1% of something, or 1 point.
Commissioner Watkins, yeah, but I think
he's back.
We get, yeah, there's Matt back. Matt, we lost you for a second or two.
I know,
I'm sorry.
it's the internet at my house. I apologize.
No, that's all right. Well, we were just trying to recall and look forward to getting your information about expenses and hope next season will be a good season. And yeah, I think we have been. Duke and or Michael, I'm not sure that I remember the answer to Commissioner Watkins' questions about the split. Michael, can you refresh our collective recollection?
Yes, Mayor. So the Mr. Satterley's company will receive 100% of revenues up to the $275,000 mark each year. For revenues over $275,000.
Is that gross or just unclear?
It says all revenues, so I would read that as gross. From $275,000 to $300,000, the county gets 25% of gross revenues, and everything over 300,000, we get half of gross revenues.
All right, and we were at 139.
Yep.
All right. Remind me. So how did COVID go? Did we have any scares or issues, or you made it pretty swiftly?
No, we didn't have it. We didn't have any employee test positive for COVID while working there this summer.
Good.
We did have one or two employees who had family members that tested, but they themselves never tested positive, and we quarantined. So that part of it, we did all right on. We didn't have any issues with that. Thank you.
Good.
Other questions or comments? If not, Matt, thank you very much for being with us. You're more than welcome to stay, as it's a public meeting, but we appreciate you being here. And if you've got other things to do, we certainly understand. But thank you, and thank you for operating the Sandy Beach Water Park for us. I think it's a great thing to have for our residents and visitors.
Sounds good. You all have a great day.
Thank you very much, Matt. The next item is a pay scale study. And I'm sure that we're going to have some questions, comments about that. But let me call on Dr. Moffitt to kind of tell us where we are with that and what information he has put out for you at this point. Dr. Moffitt.
Yes, again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have worked very diligently with HR Director Dr. Duhart and the consultant in addressing questions that have come up in the past few days. I'm at a point where I am ready to have referred the results of the study. So next week, I would like to put forth the resolution from legal to adopt the proposed pay plan, which is section 4, which gives the titles and the ranges in what we call the unified, which are the general employees, and the public safety, which includes the step plan. I've sent you all that information. We have made some minor tweaks based on feedback from the department heads and from a few commissioners that had questions. And so with that, I would like to put the document officially in resolution form accompanied by the ordinance, which will address the financial impact of it. We're looking at about 3.8 plus benefits for current employees, including the unified and public safety. And for the vacancies, we anticipate about 3.4 million with benefits. But again, those vacancies are not filled. I don't anticipate filling the majority of them in the first 6 months of next year. So total, about $10 million for the total. But remember, we're only doing it for 6 months. So that'll be a ordinance of about $5 million to implement this pay scale. And hopefully it'll be the first payroll will be January 10th through the 23rd with the first payday of January 29th.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, got questions or comments. I see Commissioner Watkins and then Commissioner Allen.
And I was just following up. I had a couple of requests. I don't know if I got the email return. One of them was on the minimum pay for 30. Another big one was on the years of service. I know last time when the contractor was on the phone, they said they'd be getting stuff back to me on those issues or those different models. I did get the Excel spreadsheet finally, but as I had seen those different scenarios, and I also had some general questions about placements, some other placements too that we're looking over.
Okay, I'll take those. I heard 3 things you had, and I thought you got the email response. But
it's right here, first thing in the email, the minimum pay of 30,000.
Okay, that will add about 1.4 million plus benefits to the overall number.
Okay, so you have. I just had. Yeah, like I said, y'all never forwarded the response to me.
All right, I will resend that. But that will add about 1.4, and the way to accomplish that, if I've understood, you will be looking at combining grades 201 to 205, and that would make the minimum salary grade 206, and so the minimum salary would actually be $29,700, a little shy of your $30,000. but that would take all those jobs in grades 202, 203, 204, and 205 and move them to 206. We went through to see if there would be any reporting issues in that, because you can't have a supervisor making the same thing as somebody that reports to them. And so that would add about $1.4 million plus benefits to the to that 10 million number that I was referring to. The second that is longevity. This pay scale does not incorporate a full longevity plan. What it does incorporate is if someone's job has been evaluated and they are below what we refer to as the minimum, then they will be adjusted to the minimum. Anyone that is not getting an adjustment, I'm making a recommendation that they receive a 1.5% of their current salary or the greater of the two. That way, if someone's only getting an adjustment of $100, but 1.5 is greater than that, then I'm definitely making the recommendation that they receive the greater of the two. So
get me right. So it seems like in a lot of places then that if I've been working here, for the concept of one person's been working here 1 year and another person's been working here 30 years, and we're both 206, we'll both be making the exact same 29,000 under this proposal?
Roughly, or about 1.5% difference. But you are correct. This pay scale does not put into any type of longevity plan. That is the next step. And that will probably be starting in January with the new commission asking you how y'all would like to try to put in the next budget some longevity plan, whether it's tied to an evaluation or it's tied to a number for years of service. But again, it's going to go back to what I said before, what we can afford. So again,
so help me out though. Like currently with the pay plan, and maybe it's already a compression that exists, but the odds of the 25 years of service, or how common is that 25 years of service and 1 year of service being on the same level? I know we've in years past addressed that. So are we undoing what we did?
No. No, we're not undoing anything, but I can't answer how common it is, but the answer is we're not doing anything to change it. So you are correct. Someone that has 20 years of service that's working right next to someone that has only 3 years of service will be making the same. You are correct.
And I guess in some instances, the 3 years of services would be receiving like maybe a $5,000 raise to bring him up, whereas the person who's been working for us for 20 years might, because he's already either above the line, would be getting just a couple $100.
The 1.5%, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, that just in my mind, that seemed like the opposite of the way I want to honor people.
Well, again, that this scale does not account to do anything to compensate 25 years of service.
Is there a scenario of a scale somewhere in our wheelhouse that we can look at and decide not to do? Or
I do have some options, but again, I don't think we can afford them in this initial.
How do you make that decision without us knowing what it costs, though? How do you unilaterally make that decision before even sharing us the cost?
Because it came out to about $14 million. And so I focused on adjusting the first part of the pay scale first. It's not to make a unilateral decision. It's just dealing with what the primary objectives was to make sure that all our jobs are paying market value. And that's already come up to about $10 million. And so to add a longevity piece on that, I'm just presenting to you in steps.
Okay. Well, I guess my problem is I hadn't been, up until me asking the question, I didn't have that step as a understanding. That's where I'm running into an issue at. But are you?
I got Commissioner Allen was next, then Commissioner Jones, then Commissioner Wynn.
You know, Mayor, and also this goes to Keith, you know, we put a compensation committee together in which Ms. Lucas and Mr. Watkins was on that committee. Now, how is it, after listening to Mr. Watkins, did he fail, or did we fail as a board of commissioners, or did administration fail to bring the committee back together and let them work this thing out? That way, then Ms. Lucas, then Mr. Watkins would have known these questions, and we could have already talked about it some.
The committee met in September, and I presented this information to them at that time.
I got 2 telephone calls from it, Dr. Moffitt, in the last 3 days asking about this, knowing this was coming up. And they said they were not, did not know anything about it.
Yeah, I had to admit, I asked my apologies. I missed that meeting. I guess Commissioner Lucas was there.
I gave the schedule when we first started this, and part of that schedule was the committee met with in September, and I presented all these numbers to them at that time. The only change we've had is that we reduced the public safety number in working with the sheriff and the fire chief. But outside of that, the committee was given all this information in September.
I'll get back in touch with those individuals and tell them what was said, or I hope they're online listening on Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir. To Dr. Keith Moffitt. Keith, we started with what was, I know initially what was recommended by the pay scale study group was, it was 3.4 million and benefits were about another 1.4 million. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, about 3.8 plus benefits.
Okay. Well, I had 3.4 from the original conversation, but you're saying it's 3.8. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
3.8, you say, okay. So on, and what was the minimum salary with that initial plan?
The minimum salary is for public safety, a grade 108, which is 32,800. And for the unified, which is general employees, grade 201, which is 26,332.
Okay, so I was thinking it was around 25,000 and something. So it was 26,000 and something. And with that plan, we were looking at 5 or 5.2 million for a year. Was that correct?
Yes, plus the vacancies.
Okay, and the vacancies weren't figured into what they recommended to us. I'm with you.
Correct.
Okay, and certainly I want everyone to get a pay adjustment, and I see where you're coming from on the 1.5%. If we raise up the bottom, then some people are going to be out of whack up top. But it's got to be sustainable. We've got to be able to sustain this, and we're looking at a lot of money, and rightfully so. And we want to give all these people a raise, but we've got to be able to sustain it. So that's my concern. I really like the initial plan with your 1.5% adjustment for those that had been there for many years or seniority purposes. I really like the initial plan from the group. I forget the name of the group now. What was it called?
I will give credit where credit's due. The 1.5 came with discussions with the sheriff and the fire chief to make sure that everyone got a little something.
Yeah.
So that was just a recommendation. So we ran the numbers based on that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good idea. But I really like the original plan. I think if we get into, we're trying to bump it up a minimum wage, then I think it throws everything out of whack, and then I'm worried about sustainability. So legacy cost or whatever, however you want to frame it.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Thank you. Commissioner Wynn, got you next.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I always seem to follow Commissioner Jones, who says most of the things I want to say. But first, I want to tell Dr. Moffitt that I appreciate what you've done. We, as the commissioners, decided we voted to have you do a pay scale study. The Sheriff's Department paid for it. Thank you very much. And now we're trying to pick it apart. I think the original plan that was come up through the study, which is what we paid for, is what we should go with. And as you said, Dr. Moffitt, you talked to the sheriff and you talked to the fire chief to see about those little tweaks that need to be made. But starting to move up that lower salary, yes, we want everybody to be happy and we want people to make the right amount of money. But that's what the pay scale study had done for us. It showed us what we needed to pay these people. Now to start pulling it apart and tweaking it and raising the minimum to a higher level is going to cost us more money and throw us out of whack on this whole study that we've done. And I think we ought to leave it alone, go with what we've got. And as we move forward in it, we can see where we need to tweak it and how we can pay for tweaking it. But I think we need to leave it where it is. And thank you for all your hard work, Dr. Moffitt.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. Let me go back and ask Dr. Moffitt one more time what the timeline is as far as presenting this to the commission for a vote.
I would like to refer it next week at your meeting for discussion in committee. That'll give me an opportunity to address Commissioner Watkins' questions again, to make sure he has that information, to put it in the proper format that legal can do the resolution and finance can do the ordinance for the funds to be transferred or for the supplemental to be applied. And then that gives for you to vote on it either the first that third Monday, that third meeting in November, or that first meeting in December. And then that gives HR the month of December to get it tested and implemented in the New World system.
Well, so this is my my plan. If we can get this thing ready and in the proper format to present, I'll refer it next week at our meeting. I'll refer it to the Operations and Finance Committee, Chairman Watkins, so you and your committee can look at it. But then it'll be on the calendar, I hope, for the following week. So our next meeting would be November the 3rd, Election Day. I believe that would be the meeting at which we would refer it. So a week later would be November the 10th. And Chairman Watkins, I hope you and your committee can pass it out on the 10th. And then that would be the 17th that I hope we can vote on it at the nighttime meeting on the 17th. That would give, because then you got Thanksgiving and then you're into Christmas and and to give finance the time that they need to put all this data in to get everybody ready and test it, so that we are on track to do the first full pay period in January. I think would be a great timeline and schedule. Is that right, Dr. Moffitt?
That's correct. And I would ask that if any commissioner would like to meet one-on-one to go over this, I can either come to you, or if you're near government center. Again, it is a lot of documents. They are large files, but I can definitely email you whatever questions you have. Again, Commissioner Watkins, I thought you had that response back in your last email. I'll verify what happened on that. But just let me know what questions you have, and we can present the information.
And Michael's got one other comment. Hold on, Chairman Watkins. Let me get Michael first, and then back to you.
And I just want to clarify. So what will be coming down for referral next week will be the grades and steps and salary ranges. After that goes through the process, there will be, for the following cycle, there will be a resolution to do the budgetary changes. And there were a few positions where the titles changed slightly to get people grouped together with similar job titles and things. So that'll come as a subsequent step. Once y'all approve the final budget, salary ranges, then that'll let finance figure out how much money needs to be moved to supplement the pay scale increase. So that'll be kind of step one is the pay scale, and then step two is the budgetary transfer and a couple of tweaks to some org charts to change some titles and things like that.
Very good. Thank you, Michael. That was helpful. Chairman Watkins?
Yeah, so please, could you send me the minutes for that meeting I missed in September that pertain to the pay scale? Like through all of my emails, and it doesn't seem like you even had a document to after September the 28th.
The healthcare committee meeting? Yeah,
I know the healthcare committee met, but they met about pay scale.
Yeah.
And you had and so like just going over our emails, we didn't have a document. But anyway, could you just send me the minutes? And I had another question. There's a section of folks that are below the 23,000. That was the 201 section, like an animal shelter attendant. Like their current base salary is at $17,069, and the current recommendation is to move it to $17,724. So I know when we talked last, the lowest paid salary was $23,000, but since I've had time to go through the spreadsheets, there seemed to be about 50-ish folks that are well below the 20,000 range. So could you talk to me about the fate of them? I understand that one of them is an intern, moving the intern from 8,000 to 18. But
that's if you recall when I'm talking about we were doing and probably use the word tweaking, those positions are part-time. Those numbers are kind of off. But the minimum salary is 26,332, and that's in section 4. And I'll resend it to you. That way you have the latest one. Make sure you're looking at the same document.
So when you say, so these salaries right here, like, so for the program assistant and the center leaders, that section, these aren't annualized salaries. These are based on less than 40 hours. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If somebody is making around 20,000, that's a part-time position. The lowest full-time position is grade 201, and the recommendation for that is going to be 26,332.
All right. So can you tell me from, and I don't have it here, so the animal shelter attendant's hourly salary then is what?
The animal shelter attendant hourly salary, you want part-time or?
So what I see is that his annual salary is 17 based on this. So how many hours is that covering, or how does that work? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Part-time is no more than 29 hours as needed.
So this assumes, walk me through that. Like, so and then I see like so then I go to a legal assistant, that's all the way to 75. A gate operator is down to 10. So is it an assumption that they're doing right at 29 hours, or how are y'all figuring these numbers on an annual basis?
And it's seasonal, so it just depends. And that's me working with the department head, trying to figure out how often they'll be working. Again, that's very minimum because that's very fluid. So what we've done is we use a max number of 29 hours to incorporate that into the final numbers. But
okay, so
that they don't work 29 hours every week for the whole year.
All right, so how do I find what the hourly rate is for these employees right here?
You would take the full-time employee, that annual salary, and divide it by 2,080 hours, which is the yearly the hours in a year, and that would give you the hourly rate.
That's for full-time.
So not for this $10,000 though. How would I find? Do I still do 280? Because that
for the 10,000, just give me the position. I just have to tell you what we do hourly for.
Sure. For a recreation leader and a recreation attendant and an animal shelter attendant, what is the hourly rate? Recreation leader, we just go there.
I have to get that to you. I just don't have it right in front of me for the part-time ones. I have the full-time in front of me, but I just have to.
So what's the lowest on that sheet? What's the lowest for the full-time? For what you're looking at, what's the lowest hourly rate for a full-time?
26,000. 332 divided by 2080. $1,265.
So 1,265 is the lowest rate. And in our part-time, I guess I just wait for the answer though, because I'm curious. So it's 1,265, the lowest that someone could possibly make per hour, or does it get lower if someone's making $10,000 a year? I know that I guess the minimum wage in Georgia is $5.15. That's the lowest we could possibly pay somebody, right?
I think it's $7.75 now, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Now I know I sent you that. I know I sent an email to you with the minimum, with the federal minimum wages, and I thought
federal somehow Georgia is able to still be at $5, even though the federal.
Yeah, I think Georgia was at 5 and federal was like at 7.
So I guess I'm asking for our Macon employees, what is it? Like, or do we have anybody at the 7 or the 5? Like, and that's what I'm at. I yield because you don't have it in front of you, but that's what I'm looking for.
No, sir. I'm pretty confident that our lowest part-time position is that gate operator position at $10 an hour. But I will get HR to give us a list of hourly per job, and I'll add that into the.
That's Professor Oglesby. Wait a minute. I yield.
No, you didn't. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
I'm blessed, man. How are you?
It's a secret, Virgil. Don't let the secret out. Professor, go back to sleep for a few minutes.
No, I can't do that. I'm too excited.
Well, if there are no other questions about the pay scale for right now, that's the last item on our agenda. Are there any other questions about the pay scale?
I yield.
Okay. If not, then no executive session. Advise we don't need that. So that's the end of committee of the whole. So we'll adjourn committee of the whole and go to our next committee, which is economic and community development, that I sense that there's a great deal of excitement and anticipation about. So Chairman Lucas, take it away,
Yes,
please, ma'am.
sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Feel like I'm in Hollywood or someplace like that. We'll go ahead and call the meeting of Economic and Community Development Committee to order. Our committee members are Lucas, Schlesinger, Bibbins, Shepherd, and Watkins. We'll go ahead and entertain a motion on the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been motioned and second to approve the minutes. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so we'll recommend approval. Our next item is the appointment to authorities, boards, and committees. It's a resolution to appoint Waldron A. Is that Hilly Senior? Hiley, excuse me, I knew I'd get it wrong. All right, Mr. Hiley Senior to the Board of Trustees of the Macon-Bibb County Community Enhancement Authority. And so we'll entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve this. Mr. Hiley, how are you today?
I'm great. Hope you all are.
Okay, tell us what you know about the Community Enhancement Authority and why you want to serve.
Okay. From my understanding, the Community Enhancement Authority basically targets blighted and poverty areas here in Macon, which is a great focus for our community to increase that and make it better. I do understand the situation and the severity of it, and I want to help as much as I can. Of course, I would love to have some more information on it to get a little deeper insight on how it all works and how it all forms. But I'm excited to serve and give my opinion and help move forward.
All right. Any questions from committee members or other commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wynn.
Yes, thank you. What do you think you could do to enhance the Community Enhancement Authority and what they already do?
I mean, guess from the beginning, I would just really be supportive of anything that is required or requested from anyone or anything. Just give 100% of my equity towards the any projects or anything. Just be a part of it.
Do you think the Community Enhancement Authority could work with other agencies in Macon that work on the same things, the blight issues and the poverty issues?
Absolutely. If everybody come in with the same game plan of what they want to do and just come to a great decision, I think we can definitely work together.
Do you think you can make that happen?
Absolutely.
You're giving all the right answers, you know.
That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Supposed to do.
That's exactly right.
And then I'm just kind of joking.
Yeah.
But I just want to know what you really knew about what you were getting into and what you thought you could do to enhance it.
Yeah. All right, further questions, comments? Commissioner Watkins, you have anything you need to say?
No, I'm ready for him to start serving. The Community Enhancement Authority is doing a lot of good work over there in the Pleasant Hill neighborhood and surrounding, mainly focused on Category 4 poverty and alleviating that. They had a really good event this past Saturday, a barbecue cook-off that I got a chance to participate in. So like I said, I know Mr. Hiley's background in banking as they continue to try to develop the housing stock can be of major benefit. So excited to have him join.
Sounds good. Sounds good. What's your background as far as banking, Mr. Hiley?
Well, I'm the retail relationship manager here. So I do all of our consumer loans, whether it's land loans or home equity lines. I also oversee some commercial loans, smaller loans, whether it's, real estate or commercial building, whatever it requires.
All right, great. Looks like a wonderful fit. All right, all in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, so we're going to recommend to the full commission that that the mayor's nomination, Mr. Hiley, of you for the Community Enhancement Authority be approved. And thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay, we got that. Now, I'd like to, if the committee will indulge me, I'd like for us to go to the resolution on the Native American Heritage Month and entertain a motion on that. And we'd like to ask the mayor at the next, at our commission meeting, if he would read that, and also that we would invite, if there are any of the officials of the Indian nations, if they are in this area or nearby, if they could be invited. And Mr. Mayor, could you please read and present that proclamation at the next meeting?
Be glad to.
You would do that. We'll entertain a motion on this resolution.
So moved.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the resolution to recognize the month of November 2020 as Native American Heritage Month. Mr. Mayor, are you aware of officials of the Indian nations who are in this area?
Commissioner Lucas, I know that the Muskogee Creek Nation makes frequent visits, but I don't know that any are here full time.
Okay.
But I'll certainly check with the folks at Okmulgee Mounds National Historical Park and see if we could extend an invitation for one of them to be here.
Okay, all right. I think that would be wonderful, so that people know that we indeed have a diverse community here in Macon-Bibb County. And so thank you so very much. Did we get a motion and a second on that?
You did, and passed it.
All right. Pardon? Sir?
I said, yes, you had a motion and second.
All right. All in favor of that motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. All right. So that is approved. If we could please, with the consent of the committee, if we could go to a discussion of filming in Macon-Bibb County. We have some folks on the Zoom call today in our committee meeting who are connected with us from California. So you know they had to get up to see our beautiful and handsome faces. They had to get up early. What are they, 3 hours earlier than we are? Is that 3 hours? Okay. So,
Madam
yes.
Chairman, would you please make a motion to add this to your agenda?
Okay. I'd like to move or ask the committee if we could add this item to our agenda.
So moved.
Filming. Been motion in second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. We have, thank you. We have Brothers Burke with us this morning. And we also have a special guest of theirs. So if Brothers Burke would go ahead and take it away.
Good morning. I would like to start off by saying thank you to Commissioner Elaine Lucas and each and every one of you guys for giving us the opportunity to speak and present to you guys today. My name is Victor Burke, and accompanied with me today is my baby brother and my business partner, Vanzel Burke. We are all products of Middle Georgia. We were raised here in Dublin, Georgia, but however, my brother Vanzel was born at Coliseum Park Hospital in Macon, Georgia. After I graduated from Albany State University, I took residence and made Macon my home, where I started my professional career. And I am very happy to say that I married and met the love of my life in Macon, Georgia, and we have been married for 24 years. Our marriage has produced 3 beautiful daughters, and each one of them was born educated, and raised in Macon, Georgia. It gives us great pleasure to have this opportunity to bring such an exciting project to Macon. But without any further delay, I would like to introduce our client and our producing partner, Dorian Wilson. You guys may know Dorian from the hit TV show The Parkers, where he played the role of Professor Ogilvy. And we are glad to announce that Dorian has just booked a reoccurring role on one of my favorite TV shows, Grey's Anatomy. So Dorian, without any further delay, I would like to introduce to some and present to others Dorian Wilson.
Hey, Professor.
Hey, y'all. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
All right, great. Thank you once again for having us. This is so very exciting to me. As an artist, I'm not from Macon or Dublin, but I should be their mascot now because I've been there enough times. I'm a part of you guys. Let me just say it was. There we go. Let me just say I had one of the best experiences of my acting career doing Fruits of the Heart in Macon. I've been doing this. I've been in the business for over 30 years, and no smart comments, Vansel, from you, Peanut Gallery. But everybody was so warm and inviting and excited about the movie. Everywhere we went, they knew about it or they asked questions. Everybody wanted to feed me. I must have gained about 15 pounds. Buy me a drink or whatever. So it was a great experience. Secondly, I also grew up in a really small town, Lompoc, California, which is by Vandenberg Air Force Base and the FCI prison. I don't know if you know that, but Chuck Berry served there. But anyway, I digress. I was one of those talents that was in a rare, small area that I did the drama club, forensic speech competitions. Everybody knew me in town and touted me as the next Richard Pryor. But I was in such a small town, they were like, hey, you need to go to LA. You need to get out of here and go to Atlanta or whatever. I would have never dreamed of having an opportunity like this to bring a major movie to a small town and possibly get a role or behind the scenes working on a film like this. I think it's a tremendous opportunity. I worked with kids a lot in my career. And so to have an opportunity like that is invaluable. To be able to work in front of the camera and behind the camera as a makeup artist, an actor, lighting design, to learn more about sets and what have you, but actually use the local people is amazing. And lastly, we are trying to set a template. So other major movies can come through town and use the same people that we have, the hotels, the cafes, the caterers, some of the same actors and so forth. So with that in place, you know, who knows what will come there next, and hopefully that we will be there soon enough so you can exactly see what we're doing. And you know, we thank you again for even just considering us. But we're coming. I'm just letting you know.
Well, thank you, Professor.
Dorian.
Thank you so much. All right.
You're welcome.
You'll always be Professor to us.
Always. Always.
So
if I don't hear "Hey Boo" at least 20 times a day, it's a bad day.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Dorian, for that. We really appreciate that. It always warms my heart to hear you say Dublin and Macon, because you are part of the Almilla, Georgia family. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
And now, without any further delay, I'd like to present to others and introduce to some my baby brother, my business partner, my right-hand man, Mr. Vansel Burke. Vansel, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Macon, Georgia. Again, that's the first place that I set eyes on was Macon, Georgia. And it was the best place in the world to be born. And please know that we are proud to call ourselves Middle Georgia raised. We pride ourselves in that. And we've always stated that even if you do research on us on online or any interviews that we've ever participated in, we are clear to say that we are from Middle Georgia, not Atlanta, not Los Angeles, but Macon, Georgia, and raised in Dublin, Georgia. So we're very proud of that. Rachel Gambill, is it okay if I share my screen, please?
Absolutely. Let me make sure the setting is up.
Okay.
You are good to go.
Wonderful. Okay, so I think I shared the wrong thing, which is awesome. That's typical me. Hold on, let me try this again. All right, share. We're gonna go here. Okay, here we go. All right. So hopefully you guys can see that okay. Now, my brother and I did a little test and ran into a little technical difficulty, but listen, there's no bigger more of a technical difficulty than COVID-19 dealt us this year, and we found a way to work around it, and we're going to keep on going. We don't stop. So during this whole pandemic, one of our clients, writer-director Coke Daniels, penned an amazing script called Karen. And this script, this project basically addresses, it's a suspense thriller with strong social commentary. Something unusual happened with us for this project. When he actually penned this script, we sent it out, shopped it around a little bit, and we got deals and offers right away, which is a little bit rare for us. Usually we have to shoot a movie first and then we go out and shop it. We do it independently. But we shipped this over to BET, and BET immediately offered us a distribution deal for the project, a multi-million-dollar distribution deal. So BET is in 85 million homes. Our deal includes US, all of the US territories, Korea, Canada, the UK, the Caribbean, and all of Africa. BET is a Viacom company. We also have a streaming deal with UMC, which is an urban movie channel, through Bob Johnson's company, which is a subsidiary of AMC. Paramount Pictures has the first right of refusal for the film. Paramount put a hold on the film. They want to have the first opportunity to take it theatrically. But depending on what happens with this whole COVID and theaters being able to open, so we do have a place to take it theatrically. This film has gained national media coverage, which has been like insane to us. It's just gained like total national coverage. So we're going to share a couple of clips. Hopefully you can hear the sound. Ms. Lucas, if you don't hear the sound, just let me know, and then I'll basically explain kind of the short clips. Let me know if this plays. Can you hear?
No.
I hear sound.
Okay,
No.
fine.
So there's a setting next to your microphone button where you can click share computer sound.
Nice.
I'm not sure if you see that in where it says more, like the 3-dot menu.
Yeah.
You should
Okay.
have an option to share computer sound, and that's what does that.
Okay, I see meeting info, disable, show names, hide panel, optimize screen. No, that didn't do it. Let me look at the mic here. Built-in microphone, does that work? Okay, let's see that play. I'll go back. Can that play? Is that playing?
Nope. No
It's
audio.
playing, but no sound.
All right, let me just. Nothing, right?
No.
Okay, so I'll just explain. We'll keep moving. So basically what this clip is showing is that the film is set to release next year. and that Taryn Manning, who is the star of the Orange is the New Black, is set to star in the film, which will be released next year. The next video, again, we'll just talk through it, is TMZ. And this TMZ clip is with Harvey Levin and his host that's interviewing the director Coke Daniels as well as Taryn Manning. And they're asking her in this, why are you interested in playing this role? Because this name is associated with bad, like a bad vibe. Well, she's saying in this, Taryn Manning, that she's taken on this role because she understands the implications, and she understands what it'll do for our community as a whole just by addressing this issue of quote unquote Karens. It is a very, very strong social commentary at the end of the film, but it brings all of the communities together. And that's one thing that the network was very pleased with about this film. It doesn't paint anyone as a bad guy or a victim, but it pulls everybody together. So moving past that, we are also thrilled that we have a local talent named Millie Sanders, who has booked one of the major roles in this film. She is also from Macon, Georgia. Now, Millie is based in Los Angeles. Now, the weird thing is, about 2.5 years ago, Millie came to our Beverly Hills office, had no clue that Millie was from Macon. And so during her interview, she was interviewing with us, and I just heard this strong Southern accent that sounded all so familiar. And I just said, Millie, where are you from? And she said, I'm from Macon, Georgia. And I was cheering and smiling inside. She had no idea, but at that very moment, she was already signed as a Burke Management client. But we do represent Millie. We've been representing her for about 2.5 years now. So we were thrilled to let her know she will be able to go home and shoot a major film in Middle Georgia. So our film, the way we have it set up, it is a $2.6 million budget. This film will create major opportunities, both in front of the camera as well as behind the camera. We plan on replicating the same model that we did in Dublin, Georgia, where we shot a film called Fruits of the Heart. It was a $1.2 million film that we shot in Dublin. And obviously we had to hire a lot of Atlanta and LA film crew. But for those roles and positions that we could, we hired locally out of Dublin. One of the most rewarding feelings was to hire some of the friends that I grew up with who had fallen down on their luck, didn't have any jobs and no way to get work, but it just felt good for that 3.5 weeks to employ them, to give them steady income. And we still get messages and inbox messages of how grateful people are and wondering when is the next opportunity coming. So that's something that we really are looking forward to doing with Macon as well. How can the city help? So let me explain where we currently are. So right now the film is set to shoot in Atlanta. The shoot dates are December the 7th to December the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. We are still working on getting, all the locations and things of that nature. However, our producing partners, and it's about 4 other producers, know that we're on this call at this very moment because we are advocating to shoot this film in Macon. But in order for us to shoot the film in Macon, it has to make business sense. Just like for the city, everything has to make sense. I listened to some of the earlier presentations and you guys were asking the right questions. Like at the end of the day, everything has to make sense. So why would we move the film and convince everyone to shoot this film in Macon? Now we have to travel all of the crew. The crew would have to stay in Macon as opposed to staying in Atlanta. We would have to bring in some of the talent. So here's how we've kind of figured we can shave some of the budget to take that back to our producing partners to explain why we bring this $2.6 million film to Macon. So for example, I'm going to go back and tell you, let me back into it. So the total number we're looking for, and we don't know the exact number, but it's going to go somewhere between 125,000 to 160,000 on the high end is that what we're looking for to shave off. So how does that apply? So that would apply in things of something like this. So off-duty police officers or municipal workers, we would like to employ to work for the production. Off-duty police officers gives us leverage when it comes to certain groups and organizations when we are able to work with off-duty police officers. Because of COVID, we would need hotels and we would need to create a bubble to keep everyone safe. This bubble would basically be us taking the hotels for at least maybe a month and not allowing the cast nor crew to leave the hotels unless they're going to sets. That's one of the safe measures that are being put in place now by SAG because this is a union film. All of the food, so we will have to have caterers where we provide breakfast, lunch, and depending on how long we work, sometimes a third meal, which the union requires. We would need assistance with that. Any film permits that we would need throughout the city, any fire and safety permits that we would need. We would also need to hire local security to secure all of our locations and sets. And then the locations for the city. And let me say this, we've been working with Aaron Buzza from, I think he had just started coming to the city, but Aaron Buzza, and I hope he's on this call, has been just an absolute joy to work with. He's been very, very resourceful. He's been a big supporter of our endeavors, and we just could not, like Aaron is one of our first calls when we're doing anything in Middle Georgia. So kudos to Aaron for all that he does, and we are definitely keeping him in our prayers. Moving on, picture cars or any cars that we need that's in the actual movie, any cast and crew vehicle rentals, and as well as box truck rentals. A box truck, that's basically just big, huge trucks that we carry all of the equipment in from location to location. The director wrote this film in such a way that the locations are minimal. So we would shoot in one neighborhood, we would shoot in one restaurant that has I think that has a cafe attached to it as well. I think we're doing a total of 4 locations. So this movie was written to be very smart during this time. So that really is the end of our presentation. We are just hoping that you guys help us bring this film to our home, Macon, Georgia, and then continue to do good work for our communities that we are so proud of. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer those at this time.
Okay,
Thank
does
you for the
anyone
time.
have any questions? Thank you so very much, Brothers Burke. That's my name for you all, Brothers Burke. And also for Professor Dorian. Any questions, comments? Anyone?
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Wynn.
Aaron's not here, and he usually coordinates all of this for
Right.
Macon, Visit Macon. And
Right.
I'd really like to have his input on this.
They are already coordinating through Visit Macon. And also, we were going to contact, and I had intended to contact Carla Redding Andrews, who's on the state film board, and also Senator Lucas, who also serves on the Senate entertainment board committee, so that they could assist with the details.
So how much are we looking at in the way of income to Macon? How much money are we looking at about bringing to Macon with this endeavor?
All right, Brothers Burke, that's a Brothers Burke question.
Yes. So again, the budget is 2.6 million. we're actually, to be quite frank, we're working on getting the budget down a little bit to probably around 2.2 million. So that spend will happen in Macon outside of the talent fees, of course.
So I mean, what kind of income is this going to bring to Macon? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. So I would say, and we can actually pull those numbers together. We will need to go through the actual budget and we can pull all of them. So all of the food, all the catering, all the food, the hotels, the security, the police, all of that spend will happen in Macon. So
Ms. Chair, I understand that both Gary Wheat and Aaron are on the calls. Can we get some input?
Are they?
Yes.
I did not know that they were on the call.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, great.
So Aaron and Gary, what do you know about this? What kind of income is this going to bring to Macon? What's this going to do to help Macon?
Gary, do you want to take it, or do you want me to jump in first?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in, and thanks for allowing us to be on this. And
thank
we're
you
excited.
for coming. I did not know you were there. That's great.
You know, this is one of those situations where definitely the bottom line in our community is impacted with the hotels and things of that nature. Commissioner Wynn, I'm not sure of exact total, but anything at this point, the duration that they're looking at filming definitely is something that we always look for when we're out looking at films, locating films, is how long they're going to be filming, because obviously they're spending their money here. You heard them refer to the bubble. We have experience with that with the Go Big show that was here for 2 months. So our hotels are able to create that bubble for them. And so we're, you know, always excited to have these kind of productions come in, because it does definitely stimulate our economy during a time when we need that extra lift, if you will.
Yeah, Gary, you guys usually tell us what kind of financial impact this is expected to have. That's why I asked that question for us. What no cost to us involved, but an impact to the community.
Well, there are costs because we do give incentives, and the state of Georgia already has in place incentives, and they have committees that work to enhance what we offer these folks for filming in our area. So Michael McNeil, I think, has some information on the state incentives that are in place for everybody, no matter where you film in Georgia.
Yes, ma'am. This state incentive program, it's called the Georgia Entertainment Industry Investment Act. And I'm just looking on the Georgia Film website, but what it says is there's a 20% tax credit for companies that spend $500,000 or more on production and post-production in Georgia, either on a single production or multiple projects. There's an additional 10% tax credit if the finished product includes a promotional logo approved by the state. And if there's little or no Georgia tax liability, then they can transfer or sell their tax credits to other film productions and make up some revenue that way as well.
So the main thing I'm asking, is there any outlay on the part of Macon-Bibb County from our fund to pay for this? That's my question.
I do believe that there can be, and there have been in other areas where filming has taken place, a lot of in-kind services as well. Mr. Buzzer, you have anything to add?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do. I would say the economic impact that Gary mentioned and that Commissioner Wynn had inquired about is something that is much more easily calculated on the back end after a production has taken place. But I think one thing that it will not take into account, but that it should, is the fact that we can show other productions that it's possible to film your entire production here in Macon. You don't have to come for just a day or two or a week. You can film from day 1 through day 25, and the entire production can occur here. So I think you all probably heard both Victor and Vanzel, and also Dorian, in the fact that they're great ambassadors for Middle Georgia and our community. So their ambassadorship, plus the fact that we can use this as an example, I think will have much greater impact than we can even measure through the dollars and cents as well.
If I may, and I was muted a little earlier when I was trying to respond, but I think I understand her question. She's asking about direct dollar impacts, and I don't think anywhere in the proposal that they were asking for in kind. So the fees related to closing streets, renting facilities if it's public streets or right of way, our security costs for our off-duty sheriffs over the course, that's what they will pay us directly. And if I'm understanding, Mr. Buzzer, we're not at this point really offering much in kind services as it relates to those standard costs that we pay, right?
That would certainly be a consideration you guys could offer, but all of that definitely would go into the calculation for the total economic impact. So if it's one officer versus 12 officers, that's
And I think the project's great. I'm excited about the potential of us shooting the whole movie. I think we've done a couple of whole seasons of TV shows with HBO a couple times, but a show like this, and I just looking at it, something I look forward to watching.
Okay, well, we thought it was exciting to bring this to you, to bring a top star one that we have watched for years and years. And the Parkers, I still watch that show even with all the reruns and stuff. Monique and her daughter and all the other characters, it's still funny to me.
It really is. I watch it and I totally forgot half of the stuff that we did.
Yeah.
But we had a great time.
Professor, it's just fun watching you run from the Monique character. It's just fun. All right.
If I may add one last thing.
Hold on just a second. Who are we? Mr. Burks, did you have?
Yes, if I may just add one last thing, and I appreciate the dialogue. Another important part for us is to highlight Macon, Georgia, in a positive way through millions and millions of homes throughout the world. Again, because we have worldwide distribution, that will be something that we can really be proud of to highlight our city. And then another part, of the financial impact is great, and that means a lot. But one thing that I like to just really really hone in on is what it does for the community and what it does for the people. And for those who are not able to go and get a typical 9-to-5 job, those are the types of people that we like to give opportunities to. One of the best stories from Fruits of the Heart that we shot in Dublin is this kid that I grew up with that was homeless. We brought him in to work, and he worked every day. We took a couple of bucks, took him to Ross, bought him clothes for the week so he can come to work clean every day. And he was one of the hardest workers that we had on that production for those 3 weeks. That's what counts. Thank you.
And Macon-Bibb would be included on the film credits.
Absolutely. Right? And my brother asked me to mention that. I do apologize. For Macon, Georgia we would ask for the city logo. The city logo would be in the credits, as well as the Georgia Peach logo, which gives us an additional 10%. So thank you for that. Absolutely.
Okay, now
just for me, I want to follow up.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Watkins, and then Commissioner Bivens, and then Wynn, and then we'll end our presentation on this.
So, and you mentioned that you mentioned that y'all had a heart to reach out, like for the food services for local businesses in Macon, but for even some of the more ancillary things, I can remember like generators, chairs. There are a lot of small businesses here who would love to participate. The process for being included, how y'all plan on doing that, or whether they go to the Burke website or to?
So we will work through Aaron Buzzer with that, and we'll find out who those vendors are. But that's an excellent point. We have to have all of that. That's part of what's in the budget. We have to have rentals. We have to have chairs. We have to have tents. Like there's a lot of spend that happens. Dublin, Georgia was thrilled. We had to buy porta potties for a month. We had to do rentals. We did company supply. The company supply in Dublin, Georgia was our caterer for all the meals for breakfast. I'm sorry, for lunch. And we hired a local young lady to do breakfast every morning and then company supply for lunch every afternoon, which was incredible. And we felt good to write those checks to those local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so is there a way that, like, is there a list of things that you need that's somewhere posted? We can get posted on their website?
I would say if you connect through Aaron, we're in strong communications through Aaron Buzza. He would be the go-to. We are running everything through him as far as our production. Thank you so much. We'll put that list together for you and make sure Aaron has it. Thank you.
Okay, brother Victor Burke, did you have one more
I
thing?
just wanted to add something to what you said about will Macon-Bibb highlighted in the credit. We've even taken it a step further. There is parts of the film that where we use Macon neighborhoods, we use the name Macon in the script. Also, the Rosie Jackson Community Center, it was outlined in the script also. So those are some of the things that we wanted to do for Macon. And the last thing I want to say to you guys is that it gives my brother and I great pleasure when we're in Hollywood, sitting down talking to these executives and to hear them say, what's going on down in Macon, Georgia, Dublin, Georgia? Why would y'all want to film in Macon, Georgia and Dublin, Georgia? And at least the thing that we're happy about is that it is now resonating in their mind that there's more places in Georgia outside of Atlanta, Georgia, that could do things and provide for us. And what better way to do it than do it in our hometown to where I consider and my brother consider our home. So that's all I wanted to say. Mayor Rickard, Dr. Moffitt, Dr. Ms. Lucas, Mr. Watkins. I'm calling you guys' name out. Mr. McNeil, Aaron Buzza, and Gary. I've had firsthand experience working with you guys, and it has been a pleasure. And thank you for all that you do for Macon-Bibb. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
The pleasure is ours. We had Commissioner Bivens who I think he wanted to make a remark, and then Commissioner Wynn.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this coming happening. You know, in Macon, we've always looked forward to having things come here that have an economic benefit. And we're not talking about somebody's going to come here and give the government some money. When somebody comes here and spends a large sum of money in a relatively short time, that's the economic benefit. Plus the publicity going forward. We've been talking about the movie industry and enhancing it, and this sounds like a big deal to me. I'm looking forward to us making it work.
That's great. Thank you. Commissioner Wynn.
I yield. I just want to tell Aaron for all he does a lot of hard work on these things, and I appreciate him. But I yield.
Right. They have been for a while. And Gary, we thank you so much for all that you do. Mr. Mayor, did you have something you wanted to add, sir?
I wanted to say thank you, Chairman Lucas, for arranging for this little presentation and giving us kind of a heads up on what Victor Burke and Vansel Burke are contemplating and what they're trying to do. And certainly, you know, we are proud to have had several movies filmed in Macon and around Macon, everything from 42 to Trouble with the Curve and Best of Enemies. Recently was another film here. So we always love to have things being filmed here and look forward to the opportunity to working with the Brothers Burke. Is that what we're going to call them?
That's what we're going to call them.
And hope to have the opportunity to meet and say hello to Dorian Wilson and learn something from the professor.
Yeah, Professor.
I will be there. I will be there.
Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. And I know You got up early to do this. We appreciate it. And so y'all can go back and get you a little more rest if you need.
We gotta go. We have to go back to work.
Yeah.
No rest.
No rest for the wicked.
We are in pre-production for this film, so we have to go back to work. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you. And all those who have other things to do, we understand, as the mayor likes to say, we understand if you have to leave our wonderful presence. All right, our last item, and thank you all for your indulgence, but I just thought that was an opportunity for us and something that was a little bit different. And then we were just so thrilled that they were so willing to come and do the presentation. So our last item, and we appreciate those of you who have hung around, who have been here for a while, is item 3, which is an update on the Macon-Bibb County Health Department. You recall that I mentioned something last week that was a concern, some information that we had just received. And since the last time we met, we have had Dr. Moffitt, we have had Mr. David Gowan, who is chair of the Board of Health. Do we have Chris Savadawa on?
Madam Chairman, he's not going to be able to make it today.
Okay, we have Carla Coley with Environmental Health with the Health Department. Is there anyone else to speak on this issue? Oh, Mr. Callan? Is he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Dr. Moffitt, would you begin this discussion for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. Last week, we were informed or updated on a change to the state law as it pertains to getting permits for nonprofit food vendors. The information came to me from the Board of Health board members because they were given a report about the impact of this change. Just to summarize it, the state law, is Michael on? I prefer to
speak to it.
Yes, he is on. And I want to mention also that Chandrika, what is her last name, Ms. Coley?
Webster
with the health department is also on the call.
Okay,
she's head of environmental health.
If you let me defer to legal to tell you exactly what the state law change was. Joel?
Okay.
So the Senate Bill 345 was adopted on August 5th and signed into law by Governor Kemp. It essentially changes the regulatory framework for nonprofit food vendors that hold events for 5 days or less. And also it changes the responsibility for issuing permits and receiving applications from the Board of Health and transfers it back to the county's responsibility. So historically, before this law was passed, the Board of Health would receive applications, would approve them, and would do the enforcement function for food service safety for these types of events. And the impetus that sort of created the law was to give you an idea of the kind of scenario that's impacted. There was a ministry in Marietta, Georgia that provided free sandwiches to children over the summer when school was out. And they received a cease and desist letter from the Cobb County Board of Health because they didn't go through the proper documentation and approval process. So what this law does is it allows counties to control the regulatory framework. Applications will be submitted to the county and approved by the county, and the county will do the enforcement part. Now, I have spoken with counsel for the Macon-Bibb County Board of Health, Ms. Attorney Magda, and I understand they're developing a proposed memorandum of understanding to sort of explore the idea of outsourcing that function back to the Board of Health. That's still in process, but As soon as I have that and have a chance to review it, I think we can provide an update on that.
And with that information, we had a conference call with the Board of Health last week and discussing the pros and cons of this legislation as it reflects our community. One of the things is that with this legislation, putting the powers back onto the county, we'd be responsible for the permitting process, the inspections process, the enforcement process. We currently do not have the manpower, and I would go even as far to say the knowledge to accomplish this currently on our staff. So I believe that it's in our best interest to partner back with the Department of Health, because this is in their wheelhouse. This is what they do, for them to continue doing this service for us with the memorandum of understanding. Now, I understand that we cannot outsource the enforcement of it, so we will have to work with the Department of Health as when they find a violation, what that would require us to do as far as how we move forward. So I've asked their legal counsel to work with our legal counsel to present a document for your approval, which will outline the duties and responsibilities for this permitting service. And Ms. Coley?
Yes, sir.
Yes, did I sum that up pretty?
You did. I do want to make sure that we're clear that with this legislation, the county is authorized to permit. They're not required to permit. They're authorized to permit. So they have that ability, which is a function that we always served in, as we permitted these events and food vendors. So the city can now choose to permit or not permit. Also, the law does not require inspections, but it does allow for the county to request that the health department do those food safety inspections. So I just want to make sure that those points are clear.
And just I was explaining in this simplest form. For the vendors that do this, it is assumed that the citizen knows it. I believe that the term was buyer beware. That it's the assumption that the citizen knows that these vendors have not done any inspection, they've not gone through the permitting process, and that they really are buying it at their own. Buying it on their own with the knowledge that these people were not inspected. So with that, we do not have the document prepared today, but as soon as we get the document, I'd like to present it to you and open up any questions at this time. Or Ms. Lucas?
Okay. Mr. Gowan, did you have, he's chair of the Board of Health. Did you have any comments to make, or anybody else here from the Board of Health?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. The board has discussed this, and as a collective, we are very concerned about the buyer beware provision. We really feel like that these, as a board, that these nonprofit food events do need to be permitted. Understanding what Ms. Coley said about the law, it gives you the option as the county, but I feel like I'm reflecting the board based on our discussion that we have some grave concerns about not permitting these these nonprofit events of 5 days or less. That's the comment I have, and we stand ready as a Board of Health to assist the county if they choose to continue permitting. So we, as a board, we're prepared to step in based on what the MOU requires us to do.
Okay, is there anyone else? Mayor, did you have something you needed to add?
Just that I look forward to learning a lot more about the situation, the pros and the cons. And this probably sounds terrible of me to say, but in the circumstance where you've got people who are homeless, who are basically searching in garbage cans for food, you know, I'm going to look carefully at whether or not we need to issue permits to charitable organizations like churches that are trying to bring food down and serve it. Yes, I understand that there is some risk with people who are not trained professionals and food spoilage and this, that, or the other. But on the other hand, I think it raises an interesting question as to whether or not we want to permit or whether we want to waive permitting these charitable organizations from giving food away in the circumstances under which they do so. So it's going to be an interesting conversation, I think, and I'm sure I'll learn a lot. So thank you.
Commissioner Allen, you're on the Board of Health, so I'll call on you and then Commissioner Wynn.
Ms. Lucas, why couldn't we do the permitting, but do away with the charge for the permit because they're nonprofits?
Well, I think we have to charge. I think the law says something. Ms. Coley, doesn't it say that we do have to recoup the cost of our services?
So it says, and I can, I've got it in front of me. I just have to get down to that sentence. I'm pretty sure it says that we can charge, but that we cannot make a profit doing so. If you'll give me just 1 second, I'm looking at the law now.
Yeah, and I think from our discussion, the Board of Health was going to look at what would be reasonable as far as a cost for this, where we could recoup the cost of the service, but not overcharge.
Correct. And I only sent it to the Board of Health members that are part of this committee this morning, but we have looked at, it does not recoup our cost, but it's close. It's a very conservative cost estimate. But we would by no means be making money or covering our costs to provide the service of inspections.
Do you have that fee that you can share?
Yes, sir. A couple of the things that we had to look at is whether or not the service, most of these events are on the weekend. There's a different cost for us to provide the service on the weekend because the way the state does time for state employees, our time begins when we leave home and our mileage also begins when we leave home. So what I gave was cost estimates from the office and cost estimates from home, average the two. So basically for us to perform service for 1 day, it would be $75. If there were additional days, we could remove the office time of reviewing the applications that you guys had taken in and making phone calls to educate and the administrative part of that. And so we would say $50 for each additional day. That's a little bit more than the cost of leaving the office and performing the service, but it's less than if we leave from home and perform the service. So 75 for the first day and 50 for additional days thereafter. Now, I also know that although Cherry Blossom would typically fall under a nonprofit food event, because of the length of time, which it's 120 hours. So that can stretch from 5 days if it's open 24/7 to 10 or 15 days if it's open 12 hours or 8 hours. So Cherry Blossom is not included in that because it extends the 120 hours. And so we inspect that primary Cherry Blossom event under our normal temporary food service rules. But the smaller events associated with Cherry Blossom that are a day or two here or there, like the Greek Food Festival and the others, those would fall under this.
Okay. Commissioner Wynn, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so concerned about the cost and the issuing of a permit as I am about what liability that poses on us if we issue a permit and there's some kind of food issue, some food poisoning or whatever. What does that do? I'm concerned about that issue. Could some of our attorneys address that?
Well, Commissioner Wynn, I think the liability is the same as it is with any operational service that the county provides. It was the state legislature that transferred the responsibility. And so that state law obligates us to operate under that framework. Ms. Coley mentioned that it is the county's prerogative to issue permits or not.
Right.
And so that'll be something for this body to decide whether they want to, how they want to make adjustments in response to this law.
Well, I just wondered about the nonprofits like the churches. Do they hold responsibility? If we don't, do they have responsibility, or do both of us? I just, worry about that. I want to get people food if they need it, but I just worry about that liability aspect.
Well, if I may, I can tell you guys that the majority, if we're aware of the nonprofit events that are occurring, have been permitted by the health department in the past. So if the church does a fundraiser, if there is, we have churches that do weekend feedings, they actually have a permit from the health department. It's not a temporary. So if it's something that is ongoing, they actually have food service permits from the health department. And typically now, if we know about a nonprofit event that's just a day or two, we're involved in that currently. This law removes us from that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there other comments or anything on this?
Elaine, how much time
Yes,
do
Commissioner Allen.
how much time do we have on this to get this in place?
Well, I think we felt the urgency of doing it, but we don't have a timeline or anything. But I think this little work group, Dr. Moffitt and Ms. Coley, and you have the other folks from the Board of Health, our legal department, as well as our attorney with the Board of Health are all working on this. And we should have something the next time we meet to present to the commission for discussion and approval, a memorandum of understanding, because we're pretty far along on all of this.
Okay.
Don't you think, Mr. Callens?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke with Attorney Magda on yesterday, and she mentioned that she had already begun the research. And
right. I think she sent us a copy of a proposal or whatever. So that will be, Mr. Gowan will be ready pretty quickly, won't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So we're far along on it. Ms. Mayor, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We just wanted to bring you up to where we are on this and let you know that there was work that was being done on it. And it is one of those unfunded mandates that I think got passed kind of near very quickly at as the session was drawing to that time when they suspended the session, the state legislature, they suspended the session and we're trying to get out of there. And so this is something that's going to be revisited because we know that this responsibility belongs with the Board of Health, back with the Board of Health. So that's going to be the ongoing struggle, but this takes the place. This is a temporary fix. All right. Anything else on that? Or is there anything else to come before the committee?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say a little thing about something I got to participate in this past Saturday. It was at I hope I get this right, New Howard Chapel Missionary Baptist Church.
Right.
And I was there to give a proclamation to their pastor who had been there for 40 years, Pastor Cleveland Gerald. And it was such a pleasure. It was a drive in, and they parked towards the building. And every time I asked them every time I read his name in the proclamation to blow their horns, and they did it. And it was such a great little event. I thank you for letting us participate in things like that. And if you haven't ever done that, you guys need to do that. That's a lot of fun. That's one fun thing we get to do.
Yeah, it really is. I've known some of the members of that church for a long time. Went to school with some of the members of the church.
Very nice folks.
A wonderful, wonderful group of people. And so we want to salute Pastor Gerald for all of those years of service. Exactly. All right, if there's nothing else to come before the committee, Mr. Mayor, we are adjourned.
Great. And Operations and Finance is the next and final committee meeting. Chairman Watkins, I'll turn it over to you at this point, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to jinx us, but we have a few items on our agenda. There's a consent agenda in section 3 that everyone look over now. If you would like to have anything pulled out for further discussion, please let us know. We have minutes and 2 other updates. We can start with the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
You have a motion. I'll second. All in favor of approval of the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Well, I guess maybe I need to do a roll call right fast. I know Commissioner Lucas is here, and I see Commissioner Schlesinger. Other members of the committee, Commissioner Shepard. Still not with us, but we have.
He's here.
Commissioner Shepard's here. Yeah.
Okay. Who else is supposed to be here?
Commissioner Bibbins is there.
All right, perfect.
I was muted.
All right. Next on our agenda is a financial update, a monthly financial update from Mr. Lucci. I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Okay, and I think Rachel's going to share.
I'm pulling it up now. If you'll give me just 1 second.
Okay. So while she's pulling that up, I just want to say for the month of September, like we have said, we're still waiting on 1 more month of the local option sales tax. There may also be an adjustment in that one per the Department of Revenue. We're not really sure yet. But all in all, our revenues are pretty consistent with the prior year. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we did have that positive adjustment that's still in this year for the audits that they went back. And I guess they were corrections. I'm not really sure what the audits were related to, except they were going back and, truing up some of their numbers. The fees that look like they're lower are the ones that are pretty obvious. It's related to some of our charges for services. We are down in some of the recreation fees, obviously, because we're not running a lot of our programs. A lot of the court fees are down because of the courts being closed. But all in all, we're within about $200,000 of where we were in the prior year as far as revenues are concerned. So $200,000 of a $160 million budget is that's a pretty positive note, I think, for the month of September. And like I said, we'll wait until the October local option sales tax comes in, and then we'll have a better idea if those sales tax numbers are going to stay on trend and not be as low as we had anticipated and as the Department of Revenue indicated to us. So at that point, I think with 1 more month, and that should be coming out in the by the end of October, probably around the 28th or 29th, and I'll send something out to the commission as soon as those numbers come in, so you don't have to wait until next month's projection to know those numbers. The percentages for the month, everybody should be close to 27%. We do have a few departments that are over those percentages, but there are reasons, valid reasons for that. Of course, Board of Elections would spend a lot of their money up front because of the election. Risk management, that's still due to the insurance contracts, and that was in there in the prior month. Small business due to the payment to Operation Hope, which is a large number at the beginning of the year. General administration includes the Newtown payment, and that's for the $51,000 for the Christmas lights. So that's just throwing that budget a little bit over for now. Clerk of Superior Court was a purchase order issued for their software system. Pauper burials. I mean, I think that's something we're going to have to deal with every year. It's put it over a little bit. It's only 30%. So, I mean, I think that one's pretty good at this point. Emergency management is due to the software that they purchased for the alert system. Let's see. Health is related to the Navicent payment. We paid that out in a lump sum, so it throws it right into the number that we are watching for the month. Community service is related to the Museum, Tubman, and Arts Alliance. They're paid out at the beginning of the year versus monthly, so it'll be back in line. And in debt service, we pay the hotel motel debt service. So all of these look good. They're consistent with what we've seen in prior years. as far as the factors causing them to be a little bit over at this point. So I think through 9/30, we do look a lot better than we could at this point, and remain optimistic that the sales tax numbers are going to continue to be favorable and not as low as what we might have anticipated.
Okay. All seems norm to me. So I had a follow up. The amount of vacancies that we're carrying right now, funded vacancies.
That's, I can tell you what we see on the payroll, but that's an HR number, but we're showing about 221. But like I say, what we show is just based on the last payroll. I'm not sure how many people they have onboarding that might make that a higher number. I think that it's a lower number or a higher number. As
Okay,
of the 10/23 payroll, we were showing 221, and that's 10 lower than we were showing August 28th. But keep in mind, that's based on what we actually physically paid during that payroll, but there may be people onboarding or offboarding that negate that number a little bit, but
that's
that's
good.
what I've got.
That's a good number. I understand what you're saying. Okay. Follow-up questions from the committee and members, anybody, commission? If none, thank you, Ms. Alucci. We move to the consent agenda. I'll read them right fast, and if anybody has an item they want taken off for further discussion, we can do so at this time. But I guess the goal of the consent agenda is to vote them all in bulk. Most of these should be, well, I just read what's here. Budget transfer within the public defender's office for $23,000 for the purchase of legal publications. Item B is appropriations from fund balance to the tax assessor's office for $21,000 for travel expenses related to training requirements. Item C is the acceptance of a grant in the amount of $165,000 with no local match or waived local matching requirements. Another VOCA grant in the amount of $108,000 with a local match of $72,000, but I don't think that's actual cash. It's time served and other in-kinds. Item E is a resolution of the mayor to allow Newtown Macon's employees to be on the same health, dental, vision, life insurance plan offered to Macon-Bibb County employees. And the same for item F, resolution from the land bank to allow their employees to receive the same health, dental, vision benefits offered to Macon-Bibb County. Both of those agencies still pay in full. Yes,
Mr. Chair, do they pay surcharge?
They pay the full freight of these services, but it allows, since they're employees, we've done it several years in the past.
But we had a surcharge for those other entities that we allowed to piggyback
10%.
on our insurance.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, 10%.
If I could add that, answer that, Commissioner Lucas.
I think we should maintain that because they really are not Macon-Bibb County, but they are affiliated. So that 10% surcharge kind of compensates us for letting them piggyback on our insurance.
I guess I'm going to use my discretion and move these items into new business for further discussion, because it seems as though folks have questions, and maybe, I know there are new members here, we hadn't discussed this relationship in a few years. So is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yeah,
I move to the bottom of new business.
Yes.
All right. So consent agenda items A through D. I'd ask for a motion on voting block.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for items A through D in the consent agenda, with the understanding that E and F have been moved to the bottom of new business. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The first item of new business is a resolution with the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with WM2A Architects, an amount of $8,000 for architectural designs to the North Macon Park project to be paid from 2018 SPLOST funds. Mayor is the sponsor. We have a motion and a second for discussion.
So move.
Motion and a second. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, is that this is for additional architectural fees. It couldn't be added on as a change order because the previous contract was closed. But we're trying to do the rest of the work, but the previous contract was closed, so we had to go back and redo the contract for architectural fees.
Mr. Chair, there would be just one addition to this, and it's just I think where we would just simply add in parentheses Theranossery Park.
Thank you.
Because that's the name of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand.
I'm sitting here wondering what that was, Elaine.
Yeah, but
we can do that without motion, though, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, we can just add it in.
Okay. Okay.
And the reason I drafted it that way, just to explain, that's the way the documents were addressed in the project and in the budget item.
Yeah, we didn't change the name of the park till after the
Right.
SPLOST. We just recently.
I understand, but I think you know, just for history.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Know that,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
I see Commissioner Jones with his hand.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, on this part, these spliced expenses, does that include, you know, like at Henry Burns, for instance, we've got the circular design that says Henry Burns Park, and that was supposed to have had that same something replicated that said Theranossery Park. Is that a part of this?
I yield to the mayor or whoever.
That was never done, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones, I do not know whether signage is included in this architectural contract or not. I don't know the answer to that.
The specific term that includes that I don't have any information on that as well. They were just general categories. It was basically kind of a letter of agreement from the contracting company. And the change in fees is really more about code changes that have happened since the original contract date. So that's probably something that we just need to maybe get with Clay about.
Yeah, I'll check with Clay, but that had been brought to my attention. That was never done, and it was supposed to have been done, gosh, in the last, when was that dedicated? 2 years ago?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I spoke with Robert Walker, Mr. Walker, who's head of Parks and Recreation this morning, because I was concerned about the Dolores Brooks Park having a sign similar to all of the others. And I was told that all of them were going to be uniform, you know, and I think it's a good design. And so Mr. Walker is working on that as we speak, on kind of making the signs uniform. And so he'll have a report, because we're going to be asking for a report, Mr. Mayor, on everything recreation before this term ends. And so he's going to be prepared to do that. And that can include the signs as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Further comments, questions on item A? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item B is a resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with WM2A Architects in the amount of $1,900 for the completion of design services for Mattie Hobart Park to be paid from the 2015 Blight Bond. This has been a long time coming.
Yeah.
And I know that there's so 1,900 is design services, and really quickly, could someone remind me of the total amount of improvement budget for Mattie Hobart?
I thought, Mr. Chair, that Cass Hatcher was going to take all the remaining monies from, what was it, our blight? The blight
Yes, 2015 blight funds is what we're funding it for. I was just trying to see where we were with the.
I can get Kaz at your next meeting, give you an update on that. My understanding.
Usually, like this $1,900 is like a percentage of the total project cost. Is normally how that works.
I believe so, but I don't want to be held to that
okay
definition. So I will have Cass come and give you a report. I do know that the remaining blight funds, we use some to finish out the Booker T project, and I believe the remainder are going to be transferred over to finish out Mattie Hubbard.
All right.
We need to make sure that is done, because we're not going to be here but what, 2 months? Well, some of us, but we want to make sure that these projects have all of the monies in place, because then you got to resell the whole thing all over again. So, and Mattie Hubbard Jones has been sitting there waiting a long, long time.
Yeah, I know there was some original plans that were made and designed and approved by the community, and that was, again, looking at this, probably circa 2016 that was that those plans were designed. So I totally understand, but I don't know if we ever got clear on how much money was actually available to do the work from that fund.
We did.
So yeah, I look forward to that follow-up. Hopefully pre-commission. I imagine that it has to be known because they need to know what they're working with when they do the design work, I would imagine, right?
Yes, sir. I'll send him an email right now. See if he can pre-commission, give you an update.
All right, appreciate it. Further questions, comments? If not, I think we still need a motion in a second for approval.
So
no, we have.
Second.
All right, we might already have one. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution authorizing the mayor to approve a professional services agreement with Geiger Lynch McCabe Campbell Engineers to provide engineering design service for rigging upgrades at the Macon Coliseum in the amount of $25,800 to be paid from 2018 SPLOST proceeds. Mayor Rickard is a sponsor. I turn it over to you or your representative at this time.
Chairman Mayor Rickard had to step out.
This is basically a contract to make improvements to the Coliseum for event purposes. It's to reinforce the rigging system and to increase capacity. It's an upgrade for out there. It is a SPLOST project.
All right. Questions, comments? There being none, in motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So next we're going back to item E, the allowing Newtown Macon to employees to receive the same health and dental benefits as Macon-Bibb County employees. Just based on the conversation we were having, it sounded like we just needed a quick refresher on that relationship.
Well, sir, if I may.
Yes, please.
I found out yesterday that the internal auditor is doing a review of all these contracts. It's about 7 or 8 entities that at some point, either prior to around consolidation, the commission agreed to allow some of our partners to join us on our insurance and our retirement plans. In the conversation that internally the staff had the other day, we wanted to do a cost benefit analysis to see how they were affecting our plan, even though we are self-insured, to make sure they were paying their cost of the agreement. I believe that they paid their premiums plus 10%, but there was the debate on if they paid their own claims. If you notice that because we're self-insured, we have a claim, we pay it. We want to make sure that if the entity had a claim that they paid it also. So we are researching that, but there was a sentiment that we've had this agreement, that there was no need to change the agreement. But again, I will say that we are researching that to make sure that we are doing a cost benefit analysis.
So if I'm correct though, and help me out, the contractual agreement is that they pay their own premiums and they pay their on claims to 100%. Is that the contract agreement now, or?
That is what I was told yesterday, and we were verifying.
Okay. And so now it's a matter of making sure the auditor, and we've done our due diligence in collecting our receipts if there was.
Correct. And again, the auditor, and she is an independent process. I didn't even know she was doing this audit. She notified me yesterday that she is getting information from the insurance carriers to make sure that all that is happening.
And if I'm correct, if there is some type of difference, like we haven't received it, then that would be money owed to us. That's pretty much non-debatable.
Possibly, yes, sir. I would think so. But again, the legal agreement would have to justify that. But but this is something that we have with about 8 entities, and evidently it's been working. So this is the renewal.
We don't know whether it's been working or not. Can we approve these subject to the internal auditors? How would we say that, Mr. Groover, Mr. McNeil, subject to?
Well, Mr. Chair, or could you wait? Do you wait till you get that information before you approve this?
Well, they're into insurance, into the open enrollment and stuff now, aren't they?
We are open enrollment.
Go ahead, Michael.
And my understanding is that this is why y'all put the 5-year renewal in there, but both attorneys are raising their hand, Michael and Michelle. So
I'm gonna call on Michael first, and then Michelle.
So the land bank is not part of this plan right now. This is a new addition, a new agency. Newtown is part of this plan, and their contract expires next month on the 11th. And so we brought this because we don't want to have them have a lapse in all of their insurance coverage and things like that. The contract that's in here provides for you can terminate any time on 45 days notice. So,
say it one more time.
We can terminate any time on 45 days notice. So if we, if at least as to the Newtown one, if y'all want to approve that so that we can have some continuity there, if the audit comes back and says, hold on, this is a disaster, we can get out of it on 45 days notice. The land bank one, they're not part of the plan yet, so that doesn't have that same continuity issue. So if you want to table that one and come back after the audit, then there wouldn't be any harm caused by that, but that's entirely up to y'all how to handle it.
And we just do subject to, the internal auditors findings and be done with those two?
I would just, if you say subject to, I would just take that as the mayor signs the contract, and then if the auditor findings come back somehow where it's negative, then we do the termination.
Okay.
45-day provision.
Okay.
And then
We can terminate it if the audit's bad. Michelle, what are you gonna say?
I was just going to add something about open enrollment with land bank, because they have not been part of the plan. They would be considered eligible for benefits at the time that this is passed. So open enrollment wouldn't be an issue with them.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
How many people are we talking about here with land bank and
land bank is 2 employees.
How many?
3.
I say inside 5 at the land bank, inside of 10 at Newtown.
Well, you have Museum Arts and Science, Newtown, Urban Development Authority, Visit Macon, Planning and Zoning, Historic Macon Foundation, Arts and Science, and Arts Alliance.
Well, how many is that all total then?
Planning and Zoning is going to be the biggest, and so is the museum. I still say inside of 120. If I just get, I'm guessing.
And so we don't know how that affects us. And here's the thing: we are self-insured, so we pay our claims. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Right. So we're paying their claims.
Well, I think that's what we're auditing, is that they should, based on the contract, they should be paying their claims as well. We're not saying that they hadn't, but the auditor wants to make sure that we hadn't missed a payment somewhere.
So we are getting paid back for the claims we have paid, if we've paid any.
We are not sure, but based on the contract, we should be. Am I stating that right? No.
They don't pay their claims, do they?
I
We
can
pay
speak to
them
that.
because they're part of our.
Okay.
But we're self-insured, so we pay them because we're self-insured. We pay
Mr.
them.
Chair.
Is that Mr. McNeil?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Help
So
me
the-
out with the claim.
The language in the contract, so this is, for example, the Newtown one, but they all use similar language, says Newtown shall be responsible for all costs and expenses related to including its employees under the benefits umbrella and paying an administrative fee of 10% of total costs and expenses. So the costs and expenses, it doesn't just say premiums, it's everything that's related. And I would read that to include the cost of any claims. It's just a matter of, I believe the auditor is looking at how is that actually playing out in practice.
I don't think they've been paying it though.
I was gonna say, so if we paid, if there was a claim paid for $5,000, we pay it, the city pays it. And are they paying us back? That's what this is. I don't.
Right, so then we should pay that and then they would pay us back 5,500.
So are we getting paid that back?
That's what the auditor's looking at.
I don't know. I don't know if this is a good deal. I guess we'll find that out.
It's not, and during the discussion, that's why the 10% surcharge was added. But there was never any feeling that they would be paying their own claims. They are coming in under our insurance plan, and the 10% surcharge is their cost, their extra cost on top of their premiums.
But
that allows them to be a part of it. But
when you're self-insured, you pay your own claims. When you're self-insured.
We pay the claims.
I know we do. Are they paying us back?
No, I doubt it. No, that wasn't the way it was set up.
That's what Michael just said, that it was cost and expenses. The cost of the claim is a claim, is an expense.
Why would you want to be a part of it if you had to pay your own claims and stuff?
So,
they're not paying their claims.
If I may.
I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
So the reason that they wanted to be a part of is because if you have a staff of 2, the cost is a whole lot more than if they were able to come in as a staff of, including us in the 2,000. And also adding people to our deal that they full pay saves cost and adds bulk to our offering when we're doing that. And I guess if I'm hearing Mr. McNeil and the legal department correct, and quickly correct me if I'm wrong, based on the contract that was signed, that Newtown is supposed to be paying the premium and the expenses. I mean, the premium and the claims cost. Am I misunderstanding that from what the contract said?
That would be our reading of it. That built into the agreement is the cost of what they would pay for the benefit. Also included in that would be fees associated with it. And then we have the 10% administrative fee that's also paid by the agency.
And so maybe Mr. Lucci could help us, or well, you just mentioned that the auditor is doing the auditing thing, but that's happening, and then that's the best way that we can have our question answered. But based on the contract, if there was $5,000 worth of arm broken, Newtown was supposed to pay us $5,500.
Right.
Mr. Duke, Mr. Groove?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I was going to suggest is, it sounds like, can I ask a question of my compadre, Michael McNeil? When is the audit going to be completed? Do you have an idea, or Michelle?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, what I'm hearing is there's confusion on the commission and uncertainty about what is the nature of the relationship. And so my suggestion is to make sure there's continuity. Remember, these are 45-day contracts, so you can terminate. Is that correct? So you can terminate with 45 days notice. So my suggestion is, you're asking legitimate questions, which is what exactly is our obligation versus, say, Newtown or somebody else, is if pass along the Newtown contract, because that way they don't interrupt their coverage until you get the audit back. You can table the land bank because they're not in the plan yet. But we need to come to as a commission and as a government, we need to know what exactly we're agreeing to. So I think we get the audit back and we can give you a report on when that's going to occur, and then give you a report on what our understanding is with these outside affiliated agencies. And then if y'all don't like it, you can terminate these contracts or renegotiate them or whatever you want to do.
Right. But as approved now,
Correct.
And what we approved in the past was the understanding that in order for them to become a part of our plan, to be covered under the county plan, it was advantageous for them because they added a few more people to our group numbers and they paid the premium in. But the advantage was that we were paying their cost, their bills. Otherwise, it wouldn't do them any good to be a part of it. They got to pay their cost anyway. Then they could save their premium and then just, save up and pay their cost.
They could be totally self-insured themselves.
Exactly.
So, I mean, but that's not what I heard her reading. Michelle was reading.
I know.
I think we need clarification, Yeah.
So is the deal expired now? Is here because it's expired or is about to expire? It seems like we need more data to make a good decision.
Newtown is.
Huh?
Newtown expires on November 11th.
Okay, so, and you're saying, so it seems like we want to delay on adding the land bank authority till we understand our relationship with everyone else. And I guess tentatively or interimly approve the contract with Newtown.
I would approve, my opinion, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, is I would approve just because in fairness to them, you don't want to interrupt what their understanding of their coverage is. Go ahead and approve, if this is the will of the commission, just for continuity, the Newtown items. And again, subject to us getting the audit back and giving you a further report. Again, we can always terminate it if we don't like, if you don't like what you're hearing, and then just defer or table the land bank one because they're not in the plan anyway right now until you get this information back. That's what I would recommend you do.
And I'm understanding the consequence of us denying the land, the Newtown one right now would be folks' insurance coverages would lapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be right. For employees. So, okay. And did y'all say how long it would take to possibly know some results from the audit? Is that a 30-day window or no one knows yet?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So let me ask this question. If the audit comes back and it's a disadvantage to us, it's a cost to us that was greater than we wanted, we can terminate the whole thing with everybody. Is that my understanding? Because
Michelle, are all these contracts similar with the 45-day termination?
I have not looked at the other ones. I used Newtowns from like 2015.
My instinct is they would be the same, Commissioner Winter. We'll check on that.
Okay.
Right. I can, but I would think so that it would be.
I would think they'd be the same too.
Miss Alucci is here and she could tell us whether we've paid their claims or not. From those entities.
Well, let me clarify. This is billed by HR. We do receive copies of the bills in order for us to bill them. But I do think that the interpretation when these contracts were implemented is that they do participate, contribute their rates to us. Whenever we have a rate adjustment, they're billed on current rates and current costs plus 10%. I believe the audit is going to come back and say that they don't pay cost of claims because they're benefiting from the larger group. Once again, this is an HR issue. I'm just commenting because we do receive copies of the bills. I'm going to come back and say that they aren't, even though the wording might be a little, I don't know how the wording was meant to be interpreted, but I believe that they're only paying their costs of what we bill based on what we charge our employees. They contribute into the group insurance plan, and then we pay because they're getting the benefit of the rate of having a larger group. One of these entities only has 2 people in it. So if they're paying their rates and costs for 2 people, and there may or may not be, a large claim for that, that organization would be hit really hard by one person.
Right.
And so I think it's going to come back and say that we're not, and I'm not sure. They've all been implemented under that theory, I think.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. And I see Mr. Jones. No, you have it for Dr. Bibb, Commissioner Bibb, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, that's the understanding I have, as Commissioner Lucas said, because that was the advantage. these small agencies join, and it's a benefit to them by being there, but the council just recommended that we check all that out, and I think that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I do too.
All right. Chairman Watkins.
Yes, sir. And just wanted to add, you know, when we started all this, whatever it was, 2 years ago, and each had groups that wanted to join, and what we suspected would happen is what's happened. We opened up a can of worms, and everybody and their brother and sister wants to get in.
Right.
So I take it, addressing this to County Attorney Duke Groover, we can approve or deny any group that we want to, but you know, we've got all these government associated organizations that are jumping in, and we got to decide is that in the best interest of Macon-Bibb County or not?
Right. You have a universe of, and again, and I don't know how many or who they are, but you have a universe of affiliated organizations like Newtown that you have a contractual relationship with. You can reevaluate those relationships periodically, terminate or renegotiate as you so desire. So yes is the answer to your question. You're not committed to anything at this point. My recommendation though is to approve Newtown's items, just because in fairness to them, we need to know what we got before we do anything to disrupt their coverage.
You don't want to leave them naked for insurance right
That's
now.
right.
Okay?
That's
We
right.
want to give them at least some
I agree.
heads up.
I agree with
And
that.
I think the thing I'm hearing though is when and I'm from the insurance world, but not health insurance, but still, when you have something like a planning and zoning board or committee or commission or whatever, those people I understood could usually join a group that has coverage for that group of people in an area, in a state or in an area or region. There are group insurance plans for some of these things, but it's just like Commissioner Jones said, when you approve that, you got everybody wanting to jump in on this. Whether that's beneficial to us or not, we don't know yet.
Ooh, I found it.
Well, you know, Mr. Chair, Mayor Ricketts said that when we started doing this, about 10 years ago, he said, yeah, everybody's gonna want to get in on this. It's just a matter of time. And that has happened.
Yep.
So
I found a spreadsheet for my healthcare stuff. With this year, 2017, agencies paid us $778,000 in cost.
It's premium.
That's premium, yeah.
That's premium. And I would say, just looking at this is premium. I guess the premium plus the 10%.
Plus 10%.
Transit Authority is the biggest, actually, 52 employees.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Huh?
Who is that?
Macon Transit Authority with 52 employees. So Cherry Blossom Festival, Historic Macon, the Industrial Authority, Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful, the library, Macon Arts Alliance. Well, Macon Arts Alliance has no employees, but I guess we signed the argument. Macon Transit Authority, Museum of Arts and Sciences, Newtown, and Planning and Zoning. It was second with 16 employees. Everyone else was less than 10. Most less than.
What I said a minute ago, a lot of these places like the museums, they probably have a group plan. I don't know, but I've heard that before, that they can join into that gives them the premium.
So I guess the question becomes, like, to me, when I look at that, is the $778,000 that they paid us less than what it, even including all of their claims? And I guess that's what she's doing, or our internal auditor is going to do, is kind of make that. That's our budget. If we paid out $1 million worth of stuff in the end, then it loses us 220. But if we're less than 778, and when I think about Newtown and some of these folks, I know Transit Authority, like a lot of their employees are very young and seem healthy, which is an advantage for us, especially like Cherry Blossom. Like Historic Macon only has one. But anyway, who's the other one? But yeah, it's a very consistent number from month to month. So I just like premium. But yeah,
and maybe the surcharge should be 25%.
Well, that's what I was just thinking. Maybe it should
will happen. So I think there's a need for an adjustment probably, but yeah, we're paying the premium.
Yeah.
Their costs.
Well,
We'll keep in mind though that it reminds me that even though with all of that we have saved since this time, we've trimmed $4 million off our annual healthcare spend. So even with all of that though. But anyway, what's the will of the committee on item E as it concerns Newtown? Are we making an amendment or is the amendment offered or?
We move to approve.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none.
Does that include G as well, Mr. Chairman? Were you doing both Newtown items at the same time?
No, sir. This is just item E.
Okay.
Resolution for Newtown Macon life insurance and health insurance and dental. Let's revote. I got all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. This item carries. The next item is item F, which is a resolution authorizing an agreement with the Land Bank Authority to receive health, dental, and life insurance benefits. Am I entertaining a motion to table it?
Move the table.
So we have a motion and a second for tabling. No discussion on the motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. We are tabled. Next item of business is coin-operated amusement machines. This one's
what happened to G?
What's the G? You keep mentioning. I have no G on my sheet. There was no G at all.
Never mind. It's on our agenda, but not yours. That's a mistake.
What is it?
Right.
Something we need to add?
It was the same thing you've already approved with Newtown. It just appeared twice.
Oh.
Okay. All right, that works. So yeah, item 5, coin operated machines. Rachel, if you would indulge me, allow me to share my screen.
You can share your screen.
I appreciate it. So coin operated amusement machines. Y'all have spent a lot of time. Y'all spent a lot of time indulging me on what we call them now Vice Marts and gas stations because of the prevalence. And we spent a lot of time discussing the alcohol sales at these locations. It's like they changed the options on how you share screens now. You should just hit the button.
If you want to send it to me, I can put it up.
Okay.
But it should be at the bottom. You just hit share screen and select whatever's open. Do you have the item you want to share open already?
Yes.
It should pop up as an option when you hit share screen.
I can just go to Google Drive and do that. Hey, I'm sorry about this. So the important thing to note when it comes to these coin operators, they are what's happening? Allow.
Have you recently updated your Zoom? That would cause it to.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at something new, so
yep.
I think it did give me an update. And I'm having like 0 success. Sorry about that. Oh, am I sharing now?
You are sharing. We can see a blank white screen.
Is it still blank?
Yep.
Yeah.
Worst presentation ever.
Did you share the whiteboard feature?
I'll send it to you.
Tutorial.
Commissioner, do you want to send it to me and let me pull it up? Would that be helpful? Or
Making GA. That's not you, is it?
It's our gamble at Macon-Bibb.us. And I will need you to hit the stop share button after you do that. Please.
All right. Share. I wonder why it turned white screen, but sorry about that. But so anyway, so Class B machines are, did you get it by chance?
Just received it, opening it now.
All right.
It is a document, a Google document. So I am going to.
Yeah.
This is it, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You can just tell me when to change the slide.
All right, sorry about that. And so my proposal today is to create an ad hoc study committee to give us more information about what these machines are and how they're impacting our community locally. The state has been regulating and making major changes to the way they work over the last couple of years. Just so everyone knows that when you talk about coin-operated machines, that you have what they call Class A's and Class B's. Class A are traditional kind of pool games, pinball, arcade games. Class B's look more like your one-arm bandits and slot machine styles. Like legally, the major differences, and Michael, please feel free to help me out, but legally, one of the big differences is whether or not points can accrue per game. So you play one game of skee ball, you receive your tokens as a reward, but you don't get to, like in the case with the Class B machine, continue to accrue points and lose points over the course of multiple plays. You go to the next slide. So like I said, the Class B machines allow multiple plays, and I pulled these exactly from the state law. So what's important about these stores, I think, as it pertains to us, that no more than 50% of a store's gross monthly receipts should come from sales of these Class B machines. Our local law is that no store should have no more than 6 Class B machines. And that these stores that house Class B machines should be providing monthly verified reports as to the gross receipts and the gross retail receipts and net sales of the machines to our business license, to our business office, but primarily to the state lottery office. You go to the next slide. So anybody, if everyone's ever taken a kid to Chuck E. Cheese, right? Or enjoyed one of those games, you play the game, they give you tickets, and then you turn those tickets in for, teddy bears, candy, or anything. The state law on that is that the prizes should not exceed $5 for a play. And I think Chuck E. Cheese again, or the bowling alley that you'll see, does a great job with entertaining kids, but keeping the cost of those actual items under $5. And there's no difference on that rule for a Class A or a Class B machine. So even though they're playing, a lotto game or something that's very similar to the Vegas style, it's only supposed to be for entertainment. And it is a misdemeanor for you to distribute actual money for any free play or win that is collected on a Class B or a Class A machine. Money, cash, debt, debit in excess of $5 for someone winning is illegal. And in fact, you can't even give them $5. It has to be a ticket or some type of toy doesn't exceed $5. Am I saying that right, Mr. McNeil?
Yeah, that's correct. You can't give cash payouts for any of these machines.
All right. You move to slide 5. So this right here is just the August net revenues by zip code. So we've always talked about the disparity, and we see it. I'm always talking about how many of these stores we're approving on Pinona. And I think this chart right here, that first line, does a good job of summarizing that. of 125 stores that are, and excuse me, the 16 and 17 are actually Warner Robins, but of the 125 stores in the Middle Georgia area, 25 are in the 04 zip code, 31 are in the 2106 zip code. And again, of those 125 stores for just the month of August, their net revenue was $4 million, 1.3 of which came from the 06 zip code. That is a lot of disposable income. And again, that's the net revenue. So that's how much the store actually took home, not how much was paid in or played at the store. So if you imagine in the 06 zip code, if there is a 50% payout happening, it would have had to be $2.6 million worth that occurred in that zip code in 1 month. The average store is generating $32,000 worth of net income a month. And this last column is crucially important because, again, I told you that state law says that these sales should not exceed 50% of their revenue. And unless something is wrong with our figuring, several stores are self-reporting in excess of 100% of revenue. And I kind of want to, and Mr. McNeil did a great job of putting together these numbers with assistance for the state. Has anything else came down as an explanation for the state of why that may be occurring, that we have folks in excess not only of the 50%, but of the 100%?
No, Commissioner. Since I sent those questions back to the General Counsel for Georgia Lottery Commission, I haven't received an answer back yet.
Okay. All right. So if you go to Vegas or New Jersey, these folks have gaming commissions, and we have a real estate commission and an insurance commission as well here in Georgia. And the goals of those are to create laws and best practices that protect the consumers. You can move to slide 6. And that's what I'm asking us to do in Macon-Bibb. I mean, at $4 million a month leaving our community, and some of what we know about these are addictive to our most vulnerable and low-income populations, that we establish some form of best practices and safety to ensure fairness and responsibility across the gaming community. I think it's better for the players and the operators if we have, if not rules that are laws that we're establishing, but at least best practices. One of the things that I don't understand, and anecdotally, if something seems wrong to me, is that if $4 million is being generated and there's no benefit, like you don't have the option legally to win $600 or $500 or $1,000 when you play this. That is and for you to win like you win in Vegas by hitting the jackpot, that is just simply illegal for you to receive the money or for the store to give it. So, and most of these stores have limited items and don't have gas. So I think we need to know really what's happening. So if you scroll down one more, I think this is the last slide. Trying to put together an ad hoc committee of accountants, economists, quite a few journalists and lawyers to look, and also I've got agreement from State Representative Beverly to join this as well, to look over this, ask questions, and provide the commission with some guidance on what we can do to establish if there is a problem of fairness or safety, and to provide us with some best practices on how we can move forward. That's my present. Any questions? That's the end of the presentation.
Yeah, if these stores already should not be paying out, what was it, more than 50%?
Correct.
And they are doing that. What is the what do we do? What do we do about it? Do we shut them down?
I can speak to that.
What does the law provide us to do?
So the way the state law is written, basically almost all of the enforcement power is preempted and is in the hands of the Georgia Lottery Commission. The Georgia Lottery Commission licenses and monitors all of these machines statewide. And And in fact, to Commissioner Watkins' point, even though people cannot receive cash prizes, they're allowed to cash out their prizes for lottery scratch-off tickets. And so that's kind of the way that this is all incorporated into the Georgia Lottery. They have advised me that they will.
How you propose the structure?
They'll take these stores and they can do enforcement actions. They can fine them. They can send them, warning letters if it's just a one-off kind of situation. They can revoke their COAM licenses or suspend their COAM licenses so they can't participate in this business. But generally speaking, the enforcement, other than a few provisions where the state law specifically allows local governments to regulate, most of the enforcement power is reserved for the Georgia Lottery Commission.
So basically nothing's being done to those that are not abiding by the law.
I'm not aware of what enforcement actions are or not taken, or how many, those are some of the questions I alluded to earlier that I asked. I've been in contact with the general counsel for the Georgia Lottery Commission, and that I asked him about, what their standards are for measuring when do you take enforcement actions. Do you look if someone just goes over 1 month, over 50%, or do you wait until they have a few months and they show a pattern, or, those kinds of questions that just to try and understand kind of what the situation is.
What you just
Tariff
showed,
is on.
in the case of when there was 170% over, I think in 31206, I believe it was that for just 1 month, or was that accumulative over several months? Or do we know?
So the snapshot that Commissioner Watkins just showed was for August only. We got numbers for June, July, and August. But one of the things I was trying to find more information out about from the Georgia Lottery Commission was some of the reports indicated for a couple of stores like 400% of their revenue was coming from COAM machines, and that's just mathematically impossible. There's only 100% of your revenue is all you have. And so trying to understand, does that indicate that the reports that are submitted monthly showing gross monthly income for the store, is that just not accounting for the revenue from the machines? Are there stores that are underreporting their revenue, or how does that work before we can make sure that we have an accurate reflection of what that percentage is of? Because what the law says is 50% of all the money that the store makes from every source has to be less than 50% has to be from COAMs.
Right.
But if they're only counting, for example, in their revenue reports, everything but COAMs, then you may not have an accurate reflection of that percentage. And so that's one thing that I'm trying to verify with Mr. Kim from the GLC.
Well, please let us know.
Absolutely.
Sheriff is there.
I think that's our Commissioner Bivens.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased that you're having this looked into. I believe that a lot of these stores operate outside of the law.
Yeah.
Not long ago, several months ago, some of them around Warner Robins and maybe a couple up here were involved, got busted. And we can find a way to check on them once in a while, then they could be reported to the state or somebody. But I think there is something that can be done about it. And I think you're right about the addiction, and people who could probably least afford this are the ones who are ending up putting a lot of money in it. I mean, I know one was next to a restaurant where you get food. It doesn't have any gas or anything. But I remember one guy that every time I'd go to that food place, he'd be sitting up in there on those machines. So I'm happy that you're having this looked at and we figure out what we can do.
Appreciate it. I see Sheriff Davis is here as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think this is a good thing to study them. I think this kind of goes hand in hand with what Commissioner Watkins had a while back with the different classification of stores, because we see where they're concentrated. They sort of are concentrated in the neighborhoods where the people can least afford to play them. Our officers go in and spot check them for the cash payouts, and we've assisted this to Georgia Lottery, and the Georgia Lottery has an enforcement arm that comes in, and some of our deputies help them to spot check and make sure. But you have to remember, and I may sound cavalier about this, but as long as the stores are making money and they're sending money to the Georgia Lottery, they're not so much worried about how the money gets there. And I think that's something that locals can do, particularly, and as you were talking about a while back about licensing these different type stores, and maybe do something in that regard to limit where there are so many of concentration of these type of establishments. And then this is some of the stuff that DA Cook has done. We assisted the Department of Revenue and the lottery with a big operation last year that affected some stores here locally, but all across Middle Georgia region. So they're coming in, but as with anything, it's the resources and that sort of challenges to get in there to do the thing. But to approach it from this side is looking at it in a holistic approach from maybe the licensing part of how we do business licenses and how we can do some things like that, maybe an approach to take. So anything we can do to help in that regard, we stand ready to assist.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you've thought about this, but it may be good to think about it. And that is that somebody representing the sheriff's department serve on that group that you have.
Yeah, and I was trying to pick out one of his investigators. Do you have an investigator who does this type of thing? Or
Yeah, we have. I think you had an investigator on there.
Yeah.
This on there already, but we have somebody that's from our drug and vice unit that sort of deals with this all the time.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think I tried to pick out the one that was. I wasn't sure if it was like property crime or.
Well, we got property, the drug and vice and gang unit, but we'll have somebody, certainly anybody, you know.
All right, I'm flexible. And also, like I say, I've got I can go back to that sheet I sent everyone. I've got a few names that I was trying to work through. Most of have been happy to serve. But if there's someone else that the community or y'all think that would be of benefit to such a conversation, yeah, please add them on. And I guess help me out, Mike. We were talking about this. I think we're working on a formal resolution for the ad hoc committee.
So I can do the committee in a couple of ways. I can do a resolution to create the ad hoc committee, and then we can do separate resolutions to populate the ad hoc committee. Or if you want to get all the names together at once, and I could do one resolution to create and populate it all in one action.
Let's try to do it the all in one action. So I guess if anyone has a name that they think could be a benefit to such a conversation, or even like I said, I was thinking like what industries make the most sense to study and fill it in from there. But like, if you think I missed something that's important, please let me know.
All the folks I know are gamblers.
Well, they might be good to sit on there then.
They wouldn't want to be on. I'm kidding now. I'm kidding. Just wanted to wake everybody up.
But like I say, and like I said, I wanted y'all to see this. To me, I think it's kind of vitally important that we start to at least look at what's happening here. Not sure where it ends up going. And me might just, it's been a while since we used the phrase or formed the ad hoc committee, but the idea is that it's a temporary group that forms for a purpose. And once that purpose, or they make their report back to us, it would dissolve versus it being a standing forever board or commission type thing.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Would it be advantageous or helpful to have somebody that maybe that does have one of these Class B licenses, or somebody that has some interest in the stores to also be on this committee? Certainly not to influence, but to give what they understand the laws are and what they understand their business model to be. To be a part of the solution as much as to kind of help us to figure out how all this stuff works.
I think there's some merit to it, and I didn't want to. I guess my thoughts on it was I didn't want to oversaturate it in that way, and then they find a way to be divisive and make it so it can't work. But if we know of a positive actor who's doing it, and you've been watching them for a long time, and if you know of a positive actor who is doing it the correct way and can tell us what that is and how they're able to sustain themselves like that, that could be helpful. But you know, I don't know if we want to bring in somebody that we are, or I'm halfway accusing of doing illegal acts. That might not be the most respectful.
Positive actor. That's a good way to put it.
Well, you know, Mr. Chairman, if during the course of the investigation, having people from these places involved, talking to them, having discussions with them, but I'm not sure about putting them on the board. I just think
I don't think you're gonna find that positive actor out there in that group.
I don't either. I was just trying to rack my mind.
McNeil, could you
been investigated? So that's.
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
I'm sorry. I was trying to find somebody that we hadn't investigated. So maybe.
But we don't know whether they need investigating.
Come with the idea.
Mr. McNeil, could you let me know or let the committee know the extent of the authority or powers of an ad hoc committee? I mean, it's not a grand jury, but they do have some.
Right. It's so that under the charter, the commission has the power to investigate basically anything that you're interested in investigating. But it would be purely to the extent that people want to cooperate voluntarily. So you wouldn't be able to compel people to turn over financial information or give access to their machines if they don't, want to do that or any. That's really getting into kind of the search warrant grand jury investigation kind of functions. But you can call people, you can talk to them, whoever wants to come in and talk to you. And I think that would be entirely appropriate.
Okay. All right. Further questions, comments? I'm not asking for any action at this point because I think, like I say, Mr. McNeil is going to put together the formal deal with names on it so we can kind of move forward. But if there are no more further comments, that was the last item on the operations and finance agenda. So I turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
And that's the final committee. So unless there are points of personal privilege, we'll declare this meeting adjourned. Going to get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And without objection, we are.